Hello, I'm Eagle. Eagle Gardens. Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. Another amazing episode tonight, episode 52. I'm so proud to be able to bring you tonight's guest. I have much respect for him. He's been trying to bring you a bunch of knowledge in the cannabis community. He was probably one of the, as far as the later people that are out there doing it, he's been doing it a little bit longer than most. And you got to respect anybody that's dropping growing knowledge in this community. So, Dirtman Dan, how you doing tonight? And tell us where we can find you. First of all,
Well, first, thanks for having me, Eagle, man. Appreciate you bringing me on over here. And thanks for the wonderful intro. Dude, I'm nobody special. I'm just another fat guy sitting in front of a computer like the rest of us, man. I'm just trying to help out a fellow person who wants to know a little bit more about growing weed. I'm nobody special. But thank you so much for that wonderful introduction.
uh,
You can find me on Instagram, Dirtman Dan. You can find me on YouTube, Dirtman Dan. Or every Thursday night, you can also find me on YouTube as the host of the Embracing Organic show.
amazing show at that. That's, you say, oh, I'm nobody but just a guy sitting in front of a computer, but just the opportunity of bringing knowledge to people that need it is huge, brother. There's people out there just starving for good cannabis knowledge, and I'm glad you're putting that content out there. And it's not like you just started yesterday. You guys been at it for a while now, and have one hell of a panel over there, by the way.
Oh, thanks, man. We've definitely had our ups and downs. I mean, I think I've been doing the EO show for probably 2 years now. And then previous to doing that, I was on the 420 Resistance show with Tricky D Labs when the whole, how do I put it? The whole YouTube cannabis scene was like really, really popping. There was basically like a show on every night of the week, and me and Tricky held down the Thursday night spot.
I remember that. I remember that. In fact, I can't remember if it was either Tanazi or Black Sail. Keith from Black Sail. I had both of them on, and I was asking them about it. I'm like, wasn't Dirt Man part of the Tricky D? Didn't him Tricky D do something before embracing organics? And they were
It
like,
was
oh.
actually me, Tricky D, and Tanasi. Tanasi was part of that crew too. So
So
Tanasi
it had
actually,
to have been Keith. It
yeah,
had to have been Keith because he was like, I'm not sure.
no, me and
Tanazi would have definitely fucking remembered.
yeah, Tanasi's. I guess you could say Tanasi's my co-host because he followed me over from the 420R show, and I tried bringing over as many people as I could from that show, but they all kind of seemed to fall off. So really Tanasi stuck with me the entire time, and I actually brought back Zen Premium Cannabis. He was on the Tricky show early on, and then him and Tricky had like a little bit of an argument. Tricky asked him to leave, whatever, and it's all, water under the bridge. But I wound up bringing Zen back. I thought Zen was a pretty good panel member too. So other than that, it's really just people like you, like I've met on Instagram and stuff like that. People I just really impressed with their gardens or impressed with how they like to grow. So I asked them to come on. They felt as though they were a good fit, and they hung around.
It's not easy, like you said. It's stepping in front of the camera isn't easy, and just sitting there and being able to talk and finding somebody that's easy to work with and can drop a bunch of knowledge can be difficult sometimes.
Dude, it's extremely difficult finding because it's not like a cookie cutter thing that you're looking for. You need somebody that's good at talking in front of people. You need somebody that has a lot of knowledge to convey to people. It's a really like searching for a needle in a haystack. You're absolutely right. It's very hard.
Well, you've done an excellent job at not only picking an amazing panel, but keeping them episodes filled with great content.
Oh, dude,
So,
I can't let all that rest on my shoulders. If I didn't have the panel members that I have supporting me every week, dude, there would be no EO show. I personally am not that entertaining. I'm sorry. I could not keep a 2-hour show rolling by myself. If I didn't have those other guys to bounce off of and, you know, to help fill in the gaps of knowledge that I don't have, I really think the EO show would suffer horribly. So I can't take credit for all of that.
Well, again, putting it together isn't easy. Just putting it together isn't easy.
Dude,
you know,
yeah, I mean, I've had my share of problems, you know, arguments with the wife and just cutting out social activities that I wanted to do to make sure the show goes on and stuff like that, just to give the other panel members a platform to sit on. Because frankly, some of them don't even know how to run a Zoom meetings.
boy, you just touched on I don't even know if I want to go down that road. The cannabis, how big of a sacrifice this really can be. It really can be. Um, and
Oh, dude, I
family
can't tell
can
you
be
how many
one of them
social events.
things.
I can't tell
I've
you how many
seen
social events I've like pushed to the side because I felt as though the garden was more important, or I'm stuck in trim jail and I just need to get this done, or it's never going to get done type of thing. You know, it's like you have to put it priority first sometimes. And dude, family and friends will definitely get mad at you for it.
definitely. I mean, as far back as long as I can remember. I'm sorry, Dan. I'm trying to fix my fucking roller while I'm talking to
Oh,
you.
it's all good, dude. It's all good.
I want to smoke too, man. I
Like I
have
was saying,
seen, you know,
it wouldn't be a live show without technical difficulties, dude. It would not be. It really seems like, you know, Murphy's Law comes into full effect as soon as we hit that live button.
um, I have definitely seen throughout the years, especially some of the true cannabis warriors. I mean, some of the early ons. I mean, I don't even want to say his name. Uh, he helped Michigan get legal here. He was one of a close friend of mine, and he did a lot of legwork early on. I mean, 2007, late 2006, pounding the pavement, getting them petitions signed. You know, just
Yeah, dude.
informing people, and
Local heroes, man. Local heroes.
that shit cost him everything. You know what I mean? He won the battle here in Michigan, but in the end, it took a beating on, like you said, his friends and family, and you know, and again, it's a huge sacrifice, or it can be a huge sacrifice.
Dude, we have the very similar individual here in Philadelphia. He goes by Poe. Obviously, it's not his real name, but Scotty actually did an interview with him when he came out here in February. But yeah, so we have an individual around here named Poe, and he practically single-handedly got, you know, marijuana decriminalized in Philadelphia. And then from there, that was just the stepping stone for the rest of the state to, okay, well, if Philadelphia is doing it, then why can't the rest of us do it? And then next thing you know, we have medical now and we have dispensaries. They're still working on, you know, everything else, but hey, it's, you know, we're practically there.
Right on. So, what are you smoking on over there?
Dude, I'm smoking on quite possibly my new favorite. It's Raphael from Irie Genetics. And if you're not familiar with that, Ari Genetics is Rasta Jeff, and he's got an entire line of feminized seeds that all happen to have the same names as Ninja Turtles or famous European artists. And this one is Raphael. So
Oh, nice.
they're all based around a blueberry cookies or a blue cookies. Uh, and then it's blue cookies back crossed for Leonardo. So it's blue for the leader, right? And then blue cookies to Strawberry Fields is Raphael. So it's blue to red. And then he's got blueberry to a Tangy, which is Michelangelo. And then he's got um, blueberry to like a lemon skunk, which I believe actually turns purple, which is his Donatello. And, you know, he's got like a whole lineup of feminized seeds that he named after the turtles. but I happened to pick up the Raphael because I thought it was a really good cross, and it's quite possibly my new favorite. The terps on it are insane.
Doesn't it make it even more better when you know that somebody that bred it? You know what I mean?
Oh,
So you
dude.
can just.
All right, so we'll touch on that for a second. Back in January, I got to go to the Indo Expo, and whoops, dropped my lighter. I actually brought some Raphael out with me because I knew Jeff was going to be there and I was going to have an opportunity to smoke a joint with him. And I was like, dude, this is some of the stuff you bred. Let me know what you think about it. And to be able to smoke some stuff that you grew from a breeder that you like and like let them try your stuff was just, that was like a memory I don't think I'm ever going to forget. You know,
He
that's
seems
like,
like a super cool guy.
oh, dude,
Really laid back.
Jeff's really awesome to hang with. And yeah, just to be able to, to do stuff like that with like people that, are fans of his, he'll sit down and smoke a joint with you if he has the time. And it's really cool that, he takes the time out to do that. And then on my end, it's like, that star level thing that you've always wanted to do. Dude, I want to smoke some weed with the guy who bred this. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things you always want to do. And I got to, check that off my bucket list.
That's pretty cool. That's really cool. And like I said, great guy. And I'm glad you're able to grow out his stuff and, supporting help and support you. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
always nice when you can help the circle go around. That's for sure.
Hey, man, one hand washes the other.
It absolutely does. And speaking that, you mind if I give this chat a shout out? It
Dude, go
actually
for it.
just bum rushed real quick. There's actually way too many great people to hit all at once. Let's
I'm
see if I
seeing a
can
lot
do
of
like,
familiar faces.
oh yeah, just see if I can do like a cheaters list and try to knock a few out at once. All the good folks over at the Michigan Bros Grow Show. What's up? It knocks out 5. CJ Purple Foam, Smiley. Oh man, there's the Major General 420 Army. There's just Prometheus Soil, UK S420. I'm Jack's Greenstock. I can't forget him. He's a one of my. I call him a Canada's badass. I don't know. Do you know who Jack is, by the way?
Not personally, but I've seen him in the chats and stuff like that. He's a cool guy.
He is a cool guy. Very knowledgeable. Very knowledgeable. I enjoy having him close by, I guess, if you will. He's always there to drop some knowledge when I'm stumbling. He's always quick to help back me up. So I have much respect for Jack.
Hell yeah. It's always nice to have that fans that just help support you. They're like, dude, we know you don't know everything. It's okay.
Right on. He's also a member of the Growing My Fellow Home Growers show and Cheap Homegrown show. Great Cheap Homegrown network over there doing their thing. Good folks over there as well. Good folks over there as well.
Dude, we got a lot of good folks in this community, man. It's honestly, I find it harder to find the bad people in this community than it is to find the good ones.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. That's one thing that makes the show and probably your show so easy to do is the great people that show up every time you hit that button. You know what I mean? I'm always at a loss of words.
Dude, I'm amazed at how loyal the fan base is. Like I said earlier, dude, I really feel as though I'm just another fat guy sitting in front of a computer. I really don't feel as though I'm anything special. And all these people show up every week just to watch me and my buddies sit around and smoke weed and talk about smoking weed and growing weed. Like, I don't know. I take it from a very humblest approach, but like, I'm amazed at the amount of people that show up just to watch a bunch of guys hang out and talk.
Me too. Me too. And you sound amazingly like myself. If you've ever, watched a few episodes, there's many nights where I'm thinking the guest and the chat because I view this as like a 3-way, and that goes for you. I know you can see chat, so if you see anybody in chat at any point that you want to address, or that you see a question, geared towards you,
Hmm?
feel free to answer it. This is like to me like a three-way. Instead of my having a co-host, they're kind of the co-host. You know what I'm saying? So feel free to address them at any point, through your story, or if you see something that catches your eye, go ahead and hit them as well. Uh, but I say that a lot myself. I'm just a fucking tool, is what I say a lot of nights, man. I'm just the guy that helps put A and B together. These fucking great people with great people like yourself. I'm just the middleman in all this entertainment thing, and I, it's glad I'm honored to see somebody like yourself that is, you know, does it better than I do, and it doesn't hasn't gone to their head or nothing. I mean, I think I have much respect for you, brother. I really do. Because we've already kind of brushed this. It takes a lot of patience and to put it together, and when things don't go right, not to fall apart.
Oh,
So
dude, I've definitely had nights where I've sat on the couch and just like my head buried in my hands, like, dude, do I really want to keep up with this? Is this really what I want to do with myself? And at the end of the night or the next morning, I wake up and I'm like, yeah, I do. This is really what I like doing. Like, this is, you know, I've gotten to the point in my life where I really don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about me. And I'm only 34. It took me until 34 to finally get there. Some people are able to get there early on in life, but I finally got to the point where, dude, I could care less what anybody thinks about me. As long as I'm doing what makes me happy, that's all that really matters, right?
absolutely,
Well, all right. As long as
absolutely.
I'm doing what makes me happy and I'm not infringing on other people, I had to put that in there. Like, I try my best not to fuck somebody else's day up while keeping myself happy.
Just said to a friend the other day, just yesterday, as a matter of fact, you shouldn't be overloading yourself, your life, with something that isn't fulfilling your soul, because your soul is basically the next step. And if you're not doing something that is very gratifying for yourself, then quite frankly, you're wasting fucking time. You really are. You know, and so I
Yeah,
agree
dude.
100%.
So, dipping into my past a little bit, I from like 8 years old and earlier, I spent a lot, and I mean a lot of time with my mother's parents. And my grandfather was like, he's like a bit of a hard ass, but he had a real good soul to him. He was a really good person. And he told me something when I was younger. I couldn't have been no older than like 7 or 8 years old. And he goes, "Boy, I'm gonna tell you something right now, and you better remember this. Ain't nobody gonna get you through this life but the man in the mirror. As long as he's happy, you're gonna be okay." And for a while there, you're a little kid. You're like, what the hell is that supposed to even mean? Like, it didn't even hit me until I was probably like 18, 19 years old. And I was like, oh my God, it makes sense now. It just one day, it just like, what? It just hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, yeah. And from then on out, I just, that's what changed my path in life. That's where I was like, all right, I'm really going to finally start doing what I want to do. And then it just kind of progressed from there.
Absolutely, absolutely. When you're happy and with everything you're doing, it's easy to wake up and get moving. It's easy to work through the tough times. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
dude,
Because you
like
can see
that saying that everybody has, if you love what you're doing, you'll never work a day in your life.
it couldn't be any more true. Couldn't be any more true.
So I did see a question in chat here. Prometheus Soil was asking, what's the one thing that turned my organic growing up the most? What turned it up the most was becoming more knowledgeable about what's actually going on in the soil. Instead of trying to treat the soil like an inert media, like throwing nutrients at it and just throwing things at it to try and fix your problems, letting it work itself out, giving it the time to do it itself has probably been the biggest thing. Just stepping back and just letting the, like, I really fell in love with like no-till gardening and stuff like that. And the biggest problem for me was actually just stepping back and just letting it do its thing. Dude, I was like trying to micromanage the ever living crap out of my plants. And for the longest time, I was like, what am I doing wrong? Dude, I was loving them to death. That's exactly what it was. Just stepping back, let them do their thing, man.
Good advice. Good advice. Man, Chad is just steamrolling tonight. I already got 53 good folks in already tonight watching. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
I'd do it for 2.
Hey, man, you're doing well. You literally popped up out of nowhere. And then
I've been
you literally like Talking Shit with Eagle show just kind of popped up out of nowhere. And dude, you've had some pretty substantial guests on already.
I was lucky enough. I've actually been around for quite a while as a tester, and I've been doing, growing for a very long time. It's just I've known a lot of these people from old time. You know what I mean? Before the mainstream social media bullshit and hype, and then I was good friends with Subcool and the tester with him for a long time. He had initially tried to coach me on right about the time you guys were popping, actually, when he was going live with Dun Beetle and Malik and Sid popping off. They were reaching out to me back then, and I wasn't ready to start popping off then. And then it was just over a year ago now. They're celebrating their 1-year anniversary. Skillbo and Sequence approached me and asked me if I'd do an episode with them. And then I've spent the last year working with them a little bit, being somewhat of a panel member on Sundays and helping out a little bit behind the scenes with their stuff, just a little bit. And it was I don't know, it was just time to spread my wings, if you will. And so I decided to pop off and start doing this, and started calling in some of them favors that from some friends, and luckily they came running, and eventually it steamrolled for there. With a couple of good episodes, it's made it a little bit easier to reach out and get some great folks like yourself to come on. And that's just I just think with the numbers and a great list, guest list of past, it's making it easier and easier to get better folks on. Not better folks, I don't want to say that at all. More folks on as the days progress. So I've been very lucky in this whole thing. It isn't nothing like I've done. It's been a whole shitload of luck. Whole shitload of luck, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of saw like you were like, when this whole coughing thing started it kind of seemed like when you popped up, and I was like, dude, what a perfect time to be just fucking grabbing all these people that have nothing better to do but sit at home and talk on a microphone. So yeah, dude, you definitely put yourself in the right place at the right time.
Oh, definitely. And it doesn't hurt that most growers are third shifters. We grow at night, and a lot of us are, love to chat. You know what I mean? We love this community, and so it's just kind of unlocked itself. It really has. But,
oh, absolutely.
Enough about me in this adventure. Let's hear about you, brother. When did you get started smoking cannabis? And let's let's start there. Let's walk us through that first experience, man.
Walk down the line. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Let's see. I probably couldn't have been any older than like 13, 14 years old. I don't know. How old are you in like 7th grade? Like
That sounds about right. 13, 14,
I
something
was
like that.
young, man. It was way before driving cars. Like we were out riding bicycles and skateboarding and stuff like that. And my next door neighbor was friends with the kid around the corner, and he was like, "Yo, you ever smoked weed before?" He just kind of came up to me one summer day, and I'm like, "No, never knew where to get it, never tried it." And I was like, was never offered to me. He's like, "Kid Pat around the corner, he's got this Jamaican red hair, man." He's like, "You should try it." He's like, "You'll get stoned for hours." And I'm like, "Sign me up." Dude, it took like no arm bending whatsoever. I was like intrigued right from the very get-go. And I went and smoked some of this Jamaican red hair with these guys. We like went off behind there was actually like a veterinary hospital like right outside of our development. So we snuck in behind the veterinary hospital, and that's where we smoked a joint at. And I probably 99% of people, I didn't get high the first time. I was like, dude, whatever. This is crap. I was like, you guys are full of shit. And they're all, dying, coughing, and their eyes are all, beady eyed and blood red. And I'm like, maybe it's just me. I don't know. The next day, they're back there doing it again. And I'm like, yo, let me try that thing again. Give me that damn thing. Try it again. Nothing. And I'm like, okay, maybe it is me. Another day goes by. This time they rolled up a blunt, and I'm talking like a big fatty, like you're toking on right now. And dude, I'm a little kid, and I'm like, yo, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna smoke this till I look like you. And they're like, okay. So I must have smoked half the freaking blunt my damn self. And finally, dude, it was like, oh, what the hell's going on, dude? That first high you ever had, you're like, you don't know how to act, you don't know what to do, you don't even know what's going on, really. Like I was sitting there like playing with my fingernails and just like doing all this weird shit. And probably like 3 hours go by, and I'm like finally starting to come down to the point where I'm ready to like face my parents. Like I had to go home at some point. So I'm finally come down, and I'm like to the point, I'm still high as a kite, but I'm like, capable enough to like have a conversation with people and not fuck up. So I go back in the house and I go into the kitchen and I make myself some milk and cookies. Well, I didn't realize, because I was still high as a fucking kite, that I ate half the box of cookies. And my mom is like, are you just gonna sit there and eat that whole box of cookies, or like what are you doing right now? And I'm like, oh shit, she knows. I was like, no, I'm done. Finished up real quick and like went and hid in my room. But yeah, dude, I couldn't have been no older than like 13 or 14 years old. But that was definitely my first time getting high.
So I can't help but wonder. I ask this question, night after night. And even as we talk about it tonight, I look in chat and I see that magic number. It always seems to be 13 or 14, no later than 15. I've noticed. Seems like that
Dude, that's
first
like when you
experience
really
there.
so like that's like when you're hitting puberty, like you're at your like experimental stage. You feel as though you're experienced enough to start going out on your own. Like, mom, I want to stay out late, and I want to be an adult. And I don't know, it's that point in your life where you're trying to like figure out who you are as a person, I guess you could say.
So, and you also mentioned the fact, like most people say, they didn't get stoned that first time. So, do you think it's such a thing as like maybe you either have to prime the system up or maybe wear some shit down before you can start enjoying the cannabis for the rest of your life? You got to wear a few receptors down before the barrier's broke and you've unlocked it.
I've had two theories on this. One is a lot more logical than the other. And the first one is the logical one, and that is simply your first time, you're not hitting it hard enough. You're not taking into account how much smoke you actually have to inhale. You're a fresh pair of lungs. The tiniest little hit hurts. You might not be absorbing enough to get it to work. And the second time, you're like, dude, I need to smoke more. Everybody smokes more their second time because it didn't work the first time. They kind of push themselves a little harder, and maybe that is your tipping point. Or there's a second theory I had as to where you just kind of have to shock your body a couple times before it really starts responding. Kind of like an immunological response. Like you got to get sick a couple times before you can really start fighting off colds.
So I was pretty close with agreeing with your latter, I think. You're wearing something down, maybe some receptors, or like you put it, your defenses. Yeah, something's got to give. And then all of a sudden, once that dam's broken, it's all fucking pleasure after that.
Floodgates open up, yeah. So what are you smoking on over there? You got a big old fat joint.
This is some dominatrix. I've really been chiefing on a lot of this, the dominatrix from Mr. Tight, Empire Breeding Company, rather.
Okay.
Pretty good strain, super piney with a little bit of lemon on the back end, which is
I
love
piney.
I know it. There's a few of us. There's me, Smiley, Jack, and a few others, Skillbo, that are all kind of in a chat where we're all kind of hunting them strains. I've got a few of them, both lemon and lemon lava drops and dominatrix from Tight are both nice and piney. I'm running the Pine Valleys from GMXOG, which is kind of a different piney. It's more like a live piney when it's alive, but when it's dried and cured, it kind of goes a different place. And then I'm getting ready to run Kineos. Genetics just sent me their Kineos Lights, which is a back cross of the Northern Lights number 5, which should be nice and piney. So I'm hoping to score some of that as well. And one more thing, Jack's actually working on a cross that's supposed to be super piney that a little bird's supposed to help me get hopefully here any day.
Nice. Whenever I smoke piney weed, it always reminds me of like that really good bud that came around like right before Christmas. I remember here on the East Coast, it was always like kind of after Thanksgiving, right before Christmas. We would always get this like super good looking stuff that just smelled like pine trees, like long needle white pines or something like that. And it was absolutely delicious. It got you just retarded. Whenever it came around, I would buy as much as I could and then made sure I had some for Christmas Day.
Yeah, me too. And it was funny. It might have been on your show. Was it on your show earlier that they were talking about the pines, the Christmas tree buds and all that? Or was I hate to say I don't want to say anybody else's program. Not tonight.
It could have been on another program.
It's like fresh in my mind that somebody was.
No, we were definitely just talking about that on Wednesday.
Okay, maybe it was them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me and Stabby had gotten into that conversation with a couple people.
I wasn't for that. That's for sure. But that's the way it needs to be done. I think. I mean, if we're like wanting to hunt some good, terp profiles, I really believe that's a good way to approach it. Is in teams. You know what I mean? Or perhaps maybe even thinking on air, brainstorming on air. I kind of hate doing that sometimes, but it would be cool to have like cups based like on that. You know what I mean? The pine cup, where like fucking
it's only pine terps,
only pine terps,
or like the lemon cup.
Yeah. That way, it's all different strains, and then the winner with the
Honestly,
best fucking lemon or the pine wins.
that
And that way
that
you
might
could fucking
honestly
really
level
narrow
the
down.
playing field. That might
Then
really
you could
level
really
the
narrow
playing
down a
field.
fucking killer strain. We're all looking for that one, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
But if we just all started like 50 to 100 of us in a contest, like atmosphere, if you will, start, really doing the search. I'm running this because we're fucking serious about it. That winner is going to be the one we're all looking for. And then hopefully, maybe that's the prize. We could all, get a cut of that or for our efforts or, something
Yeah.
like that could
Have you
happen.
ever
That
made
would
it out
be
to the DGC Cup?
I haven't. I dream of it, man. That'd be an
So
awesome experience.
the way they run it out there is you basically get like a bar, and there's several lines going up to the bar, and then you get to look at a bunch of jars, smell a bunch of jars, and then choose a number of which one you want to taste. They give you these little glass oneies, and the girl behind the counter will clean it out for you, pack you up whatever you want, and then you're supposed to take it, walk to the back of the line, and try it, and then you can come up through the line again and then try more. Dude, by the time you get to like number 6, number 7, you're so saturated in tastes already. It's really hard to figure out what you're really smelling, what you're really tasting, because this guy brought diesel, this guy brought lemon, this guy brought tangy, this guy brought tropicana. You know what I mean? Like, so there's so many different things going on. You really kind of get your senses flooded. So, dude, like a lemon cup or a pine cup or like a strawberry cup or, like a funk cup, or not even like a cup, or just like a funk gathering, would
Right,
really
right.
level the playing field. And I feel like, all right, this is more rotten fruit, and then this is more feet and cheese. Because like there's a million different things that could fall under funk, right?
Yeah, even if it were like pine, like again, back to the pine, you could break it down maybe into a couple other subcategories just to spread it out a little bit so it wasn't just the pine, you know what I mean? You could vary it some, you know what I mean, for a
Yeah, but
couple of
keep
different
keep it
wards or
similar
whatever.
is I get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. Well, like I kind of mentioned that because I think it's Warlock back here asked why not a multi-cup terp, category, and it was like you were saying, it would bombard, it would be too much, and you would lose the hunt quality in it. You know what I mean? Why try to make like say for instance 5 categories? Now you got maybe say 500 entries. Now a judge panel's overworked, and it's not getting the attention. Not to mention, if you divide it up a little bit, now we've got more excuses to hang out, get out, and hang out with each other, which is what we all really long for,
Oh,
anyways.
oh,
Cool events where
absolutely.
we can, you know. But the main work would be the main goal. I think would be just to find that one in that category that we could hold.
Yeah,
This is the one for 2020. You know what I mean?
yeah, like everybody
Lemon.
voted. This one got the most votes.
Yeah, something like that. And then I think at that, if anything like that, it would be a great place for breeders that were looking for amazing terps. It would help them do their pheno hunting. You know what I mean? At that point, well, now that a breeder is looking for pine, well, bam. You got a breeder looking for super lemon, bam. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? They've got
and then
amazing stock already to pull from.
they can kind of sit there and sift through, okay, this one was more lemon peel, this one was more lemon fruit, like this one was lemon pledge, like lemon cleaner, because there's the artificial lemon, then there's like the real lemon.
Forget about the lemon cleaner. You got to there's that lemon cleaner or lemon floral. There's so many different
Yeah, there's so many
variations of the
nuances to
lemon.
it. Yeah,
Yeah, and
it
that's
does
what
get.
would make the cup fun. You know what I mean? And make it work. I think.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting idea. Hell yeah, we're just
We
cruising
got a
right
little.
along tonight, aren't we?
Hell yeah. Um, We ain't barely into it yet here, brother. 74 tonight. Holy shit, we're pumping right along. Uh, you're 14. You've had that first experience there. When did it kind of like start becoming steady?
The next day. Dude, I'm not even joking, man. As soon as I finally got it, I was like, yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. I was like, I'm gonna keep doing this. And at that point, I was already like trying to like find out who I was in the world. Like, we all go through different phases when we're growing up. And I went through like that whole goth phase where like, you do the black fingernails and like you try not to go outside. So you stay pale and you dye your hair black and like you wear nothing but black clothes. I was doing that for a while. And I was like already in that, like, who am I? Like trying to find out where I am in the world. And I was like, I could definitely be a stoner. I was like, that would be a very easy transition for me to do. Like just kind of looking at how I was and then looking out at the world. I was like, yeah, I was like, screw this dressing in black crap. I was like, I'm gonna go be a stoner. It was just appealing. Dude, for a 14-year-old to say something like that is kind of strange, I think, but that was just appealing to me at the time.
So was it the Colombian Red that you was the staple for a little while? Was that the one you guys passed around for a
It
minute, or was
honestly,
it
it
the
was
golden age of genetics? There was a period there where there was some beautiful stuff going around, blueberries and shit like that.
so I graduated in '04. So anything prior to '04, it was whatever came down the chute, man. There was no pick and choosing. It was whatever you could get your hands on. And if you were lucky enough, you knew a guy who knew a guy that had some pretty decent stuff. And you weren't picking seeds out of it, but you were paying absolute top dollar. So it was more of a matter of like me and a bunch of buddies would all go in together and we'd get like an ounce or something like that, and we would just destroy it over a weekend, just rolling massive blunts, driving around in our car, you know. And then at that point, we're 16, 17 years old, and we're hanging out at each other, buddies' houses, we're hotboxing our cars, we're just being hooligans at that point. But dude, by 16, 17, I was full blown, like every day, never gonna quit. Already knew I was never gonna quit.
Nice. Sounds like you hit a pretty good time to start right there. Around 2004, 2005. I remember cannabis was pretty good. I mean, you weren't smoking brickweed still back then. I mean,
No,
if
it
you
was
were,
brickweed was like really falling off by then. It was a
yeah.
lot of people were like, dude, I want those BC Beasters. I want that Cali bud. Like the internet was roaring at that point. So people knew what was available, and it was a matter of getting yourself that connection. So yeah, it was by about '04, brickweed was like actually starting to become like, ew, you're smoking that. Like nowadays we laugh at people that smoke that, but like back then it was just starting to happen.
That's funny. I just can't remember. It seems weird to me, um, not ever having to deal the brickweed bricks, or
Oh,
actually
dude,
have handled.
I smoked a lot of brickweed back in the day, dude. Like I think we all did when we were younger. If you're anything close to my age,
Oh yeah, I think I've got a few years on you, brother. I think I've got quite a few years on you
yeah,
there. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I may have been smoking. Let me
you were
see
probably
here.
you were probably smoking when I was peeing in diapers.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that or throw that out there, but that's a pretty accurate, probably pretty accurate, pretty accurate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a kid, but I'm not old either. So
I don't like to think I'm old. I'm definitely fucking very young at heart
you're
still.
only as old as you feel. Stop it.
That's right. That's right. That's the way you should live it anyway.
I mean, you look like you're in pretty good shape too, so I'm sure
I
you're
think
doing
it's
something to
I,
keep yourself all right.
I do try to stay in, somewhat shape, but I think moreover, I think it's the cannabis, really. I really do. Um, a lot of people that I know, went down the same. I look at people in the same age that I went to school with, and they look fucking rough,
Yeah.
rough. And yeah,
No, I
yeah.
can definitely agree with you because right out of high school,
Alcohol and pharmaceuticals has wrecked those folks. Where this right here has been the staple in my life, and
hmm I can
I think
definitely
it
agree with
shows.
you. And like, we'll touch on another quick story. Hang on one second. My dog is barking.
Give me a second to address some chat here. Kenyo's Genetics, how you doing? My girl Alexis, I love you, honey. Modern Genetics, how you doing tonight? Purple Thumb OG. I am watching chat. I'm trying not to be rude about not jumping in on it. Deb PIY, hello, how you doing tonight? That's a new name. Resurrection Prophet.
Sorry about that.
No worries. I have a few myself. I know how they can be.
Yeah, I got a 2-year-old miniature dachshund.
That makes me feel a little bit better about the teacup. The teacup. She's half Chihuahua and half. Damn it. What is she half of?
Doberman, because they're
Damn it.
cool looking.
No, 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 no,
The
no.
teacup Dobermans, they're pretty cool looking.
It's not. Damn it. It's another little dainty dog. I mean, she's. I've got 3 daughters, so all of our dogs are like ankle
So
biters.
yeah,
Yeah.
dude. Like I said, I don't care what people think. I wanted this dog. I thought he was the most adorable thing in the freaking world. As soon as I saw him, I was like, I have to have this dog. He's got like the Rottweiler colors, where like the tan on the eyebrows, and he's black, and then he's got like the tan on the chest and stuff. He's got the Rottweiler
Then
colors, but he's a Dotson.
then you'll agree with me that the little dogs. I think the little dogs. There's nothing against big dogs. They're great for security and all that, but I just don't think they have as much character as them little dogs do. Man, them little dogs get right up in your face, and they're very temperamental. They're very
Dude,
moody.
if
They
he don't get his way, you know it immediately, man.
Yeah, they have so much character to where the big dogs, I don't know what it is, but the big dogs just don't have as much liveliness and character as the little dogs do. And them little dogs can hear things seems like a fucking mile away, long before the big dogs will jump up when it's close. But them little dogs, man, can hear that shit like a mile away. It seems like.
I don't know. It seems like when you like compress them down, when they miniaturize them, they ramp them up. You know, they're all small dogs always seem to be high energy. It seems like if you compress it down, the energy still stays and they ramp up. So like their smells ramped up, they're barking at everything. You know, their senses are all ramped up.
I just remembered the other half. I don't know how I forgot that. She's half Chihuahua and half Yorkie. So she's a Chorky, I guess that's what you call them.
No idea.
Something like that. She's half short hair. She's mostly short hair, but she has like that Yorkie. So a little bit of Yorkie in her. So she almost looks like she's got like that cashmere coat to her. She's pretty cool little dog. Pretty cool.
uh Anthro Sensimilia said dachshunds and dirt go hand in hand, right? And dude, if you're a dachshund owner, you know they love to dig holes. They're so if you know anything about dachshund, it's German for badger dog. The original dachshunds, like the larger dachshunds, are bred to chase and combat European badgers. That's what they're originally for. They're actually hunting dogs. And then the miniatures, which another cool thing is like there was a miniature already in the dachshund line. They didn't have to bring in like a Chihuahua or anything to get it to miniaturize. When they made the dachshund, they had found a miniature in the line already, which is just cool in itself. So like, dude, I have a 10-pound dachshund. He's like the size of like a large hoagie. You know what I mean? But they're really good at like chasing ferret and ground squirrel and stuff like that, and like going into really little burrows. Dude, he could get under like a hole in the fence, probably like 4 inches tall if he really wanted to.
They're definitely another great breed, that's for sure.
Yeah, dude, they're
Again,
good guard dogs and stuff. And like the only thing, he's a little too good at his job. Like if a leaf rolls across the yard too fast, he starts yelling at it. So he's just a little too good at his job.
that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing, though.
No, it's better to have him overly alert than not enough.
So we've kind of covered, I'd say probably up through high school a little bit.
Yeah.
So when did you actually
Like start growing?
kind of really start? Did you discover the medical use in the plant before you started growing, or did you kind of was it more simultaneous?
So honestly, it was more selfishness than anything. I was that guy that always wanted the absolute best bud. I was like, dude, whatever you bring me is not good enough. I want better. I was always that guy. I was like, dude, I want better. I want better. I want better. I want better. And was just never getting it. Or if I would get good stuff, I could never get enough of it. So I was like, there's only one other way to do this. I was like, if you can't get it, you have to make it. Like there's no two ways around it. So if I wanted the best bud, I was like, that's it, dude. I got to start burying my nose in some books, or I got to figure out how to do this. And touching back on my past a little bit, up until I was like 8 years old, I said I spent a lot of time with my mom's parents. And my grandpa especially was like really big into gardening. I remember numerous times I'd be out there helping him pull weeds. I'd be out, we would go to like the farm that's like 20 minutes down the road and pick up horse manure in 5-gallon buckets and throw it in the back of his car and drive home with the trunk open, car smelling like shit. But like he would bring home buckets of horse manure and like dump it into the garden, and he'd make me rake it all in because he was an old man. He couldn't do it. And I was the only other pair of hands around. So he was like, boy, you're gonna learn something. But dude, we had all types of stuff when we were over my grandpa's house, like grapevines, any type of vegetable that will grow in like our area. Just he had like 30-foot tall trees out front of the house, like just anything and everything he would just be dumping compost on. And he was like organic as hell, crushing up eggshells, coffee grounds, like dumping all that into the soil. He knew all of that back in the 80s. And he was trying to teach that to me. But dude, I was 8 years old. How much are you really gonna absorb when you're that young?
Right, but sometimes it just sticks. You know what I mean? You don't realize
Oh,
that it's
dude.
sticking.
So like all throughout my adolescence and into my 20s and stuff like that, I always loved plants. I always loved going on nature walks. I always had this like basically like dendrophile attitude. Like, dude, I just loved being around plants. I loved being in the woods. I just loved being in near trees, and just I don't know, I just couldn't get myself away from that. No matter what I did in life, I was always just like, because I got really into cars for a while and like building cars, and like, I'm a total motorhead. I can build an engine with my freaking eyes closed. But even still, I would take those built cars and then I would go drive to these like remote areas and then go hiking in the woods. Like it's like an interesting thing. Like as much as I love doing the cars, I still in the back of my mind loved going out in the forest more. So yeah, it was just ingrained in me ever since a little kid.
What's your favorite car?
Oh geez, dude, I'm a Chevy man. It's got to be the Corvette or BMWs, either German or Chevys.
Is that new, or does that stand for old and new?
So if I could buy my dream car, dude, C6 Corvette. I like the newer stuff more so than the older stuff. I mean, don't get it wrong. A beautiful muscle car is, you know, a masterpiece in its own right. But for me personally, I like more modern technology. We've come so far with the internal combustion motor. We're able to do amazing things with cars nowadays. You can get a 4-cylinder over 1,000 horsepower. That was unheard of 20 years ago. Unheard of. So like I'm just a big fan of where we've come with internal combustion motors.
That's awesome. That wasn't the answer I expected at all.
I dude,
That
like I
wasn't.
said, I love muscle cars. I love watching them go down the street. I would love to go for a ride in your muscle car. I don't think I would ever own one. Or if I would own one, it's gonna have like a new motor in it and it's gonna be fuel injected and it's gonna drive like a new car, but it'll be in like an old car body.
That was what my next question would have been. There is, would you like to just soup up an old car like
Oh,
that? I
dude,
mean,
like if I had unlimited budget, sure, dude, I'd go grab like a shoebox Nova or something like that, throw a 4-link under it, and uh, like a nice fuel injected 350 or something in there, and have her rolling down the track with a big turbo out front. Like if I had an unlimited budget, yeah, I would make some sick cars, but we don't have unlimited budgets.
I do agree with you on some aspects of the niceness of the technology has taken us quite a ways, but in the same aspect, there's so much uh, uh,
It's got the
extra
nostalgia.
bullshit. It's got so much extra bullshit. There's something
Yeah.
about the simplicity of them old motors, to where
Well,
there's like a few basics, and
are you
if it
looking at
didn't
it?
have them fucking things, that you know what I mean? You needed gas, you needed air, you needed spark. You know what I mean?
All
If
right,
it didn't
so
have them three things.
hang on.
You know what?
I hear your argument, and I'm actually on your side of the fence, right? The new Mercedes that have heated and cooled seats, and they have heated steering wheels, and they have heated this, and they have cooled that, and dude, you don't need any of that. I'm talking more from like a hot rodder standpoint, to where like you can run a standalone ECU, which is only going to do exactly what you tell it to. It's going to measure fuel pressure. It's going to send out fuel pressure. It's going to measure spark and knock. It's going to measure engine temperature. Like it's only going to do what you tell it to do. But we've come to the point now where you can literally upload a program into that thing while sitting at a rest stop, and then have the computer change from 16 miles a gallon to like 27 miles a gallon on the same car.
Yeah, and a push of a button.
Yeah,
I give you
dude,
that. I give you
flex,
that.
dude, flex fueling is a beautiful thing if you know how to do it.
I'll give you one other aspect on that as well. Is the older cars were meant to go fast in a fucking straight line, to where the newer cars can turn on a fucking dime
And still
and
go fast in a
do it
straight line.
quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll give you that. I'll give you that. You got me on that one. You got me on that.
Yeah. Well, it's just a progression. They didn't have the technology back in those days to make a car turn on a dime. So what did they do? They made them look beautiful. they could make them look beautiful, so they made them look beautiful because they couldn't make them turn. You know what? It might not be able to turn, but it's going to look gorgeous going down the road.
Right on, right on. And you do have another great point about that is the attention to detail. It's just like everything else, you know. These days, houses that get built, cars, all that shit it's got that simplistic, streamline to it.
Everybody
You
just
know,
wants mass produced nowadays because it's
it's
easy.
kind of a shame. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
As
a lot of your
I hate to
a
see
lot of
it.
your craftsmanship is going away.
I'm a old school carpenter. Trim carpenter is where my specialty really lies. And I've always been bummed out that, you know, I've had the pleasure of working for a lot of well-off people,
Yeah,
and that's been a pleasure. But you know, those people can be far and few in between. You know what I mean? And you know, the contractors, God, the builders, they don't want quality. They just want, you know, streamline, 3-inch Home Depot trim, boom, 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 just as much
just
as you can,
dude,
and it
knock
just
them
pulls
out,
your
man.
heart, right? That's what happened to me, brother. It just pulled my heart right out of it. I was like, man, I'm sick of this cookie cutter shit. I got to do something I love. I got to get back to, and I love carpentry. I still love it when, you know, there's some challenge into it,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah,
you
it's
know, and
like
that's
how many guys do you know can cut a dovetail nowadays?
right, and then
Nobody knows how to do that anymore. They just buy them pre-cut, done. Throw some wood glue on there, call it a day.
I love bent. I like bent wood. I love to bend wood. I like to make round pieces.
Dude,
I really
that is a talent, man. Like you can't just walk in there and expect to make a piece of wood contort like that. Like you got to know a couple things. Were you doing steam
uh,
technique? Were you doing acetone?
steam.
Okay.
I had a steamer, and I just heat it up for a few hours, pull it out real quick, and snap it in that form, and let her, you know, dry back out like that. There's always some spring back, and if you're doing a major bend, you have to do it in layers. You know what I mean? Rip
Mm-hmm.
them down into like less than about 3/16 layers to an 1/8 inch, preferably, is still quite bendable. You can just wet it at that point lightly and get it to bend without a steam. Same thing, you just glue it up one by one and pull them back into that form, pin, let it dry, scrape the wood, you know, the excess glue off once you
Yeah,
start it, and
get
start
it
to
ready for
shape
the
it.
next layer.
Yep. Well, you can do multiple, like something as thick as an inch and a half, you can bend at once in layers like that. Like I said, they have to be multiple layers, and you pin that first one. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Get it started in the center, and then you just bend each one. You just each side pin, pull it back, pin. You know, go back,
Okay. It,
pin,
dude.
and because there's so many layers, it shifts as you pin. It's not like you're fighting the force of one a solid grown piece. You know what I mean? You're not fighting that strength of the whole inch at one time. You're sliding multiple layers in a slippery glue. You know what I mean? So you have that a brief slip time. So when you're trying to pull them together in that big layer, and then
Okay.
you know go back and clean it up with a chisel. I have planers that I can run shit through, and you know
That's
I
cool.
like, you know,
Yeah,
when
man.
I
I'm a
can.
fabricator, so it's
Nice.
you're kind of speaking my language. Yeah. Yeah, I've been
Nice.
welding for almost 12 years now.
God, I have a friend of mine that welds. It's just not forgiving. There's not, I can't sand and shit. You guys fucking, it's like one shot, or you know, you can fabricate new pieces in there, and you know that ain't me. You know, wood can be sanded. If something's fucked up, I can putty that in if I have to. There's wood's much more forgiving than
Yeah,
fucking
it's
fabricating metal. That's
well,
for sure.
it dips back into like me being a car guy and just wanting to, just work on my own stuff and not have to pay somebody. So I was like, dude, what better trade to learn than learn how to fabricate? Because originally I wanted to be a car builder. I wanted to be like, one of Chip Foose's understudies or something like that. Like I wanted to do like custom hot rods. I wanted to do like roll cages. I wanted to do all types of stuff. And I was like, if I can get myself into the fabrication, I was like, it's only a matter of time before I can walk into a place like that and get like a chassis degree or something, go to like Wyotech and get certified for building chassis. But I never actually took that second step and like went over and like got the chassis building degree. I found a job probably about a half hour from my house, and we build watertight doors for the military and other like boat builders. So if you've ever been on like a big marine vessel, they have these big, man-sized doors that you can walk through, and then you shut them, and there's this like intricate locking system that holds them really, really tight against like the side of the boat, and it makes it watertight up to like a certain PSI rating, depending on, how you build it and whatnot. But yeah, I've been working there for 6 years now, and dude, it's really freaking cool.
It sounds really fucking cool.
Dude,
really cool.
I've got to work with, well, on like a not a daily basis, but on a regular basis. I'll work with regular steel, stainless steel 309, stainless steel 316. I'll do 35, 38 aluminum. I've gotten to work with Stellite 6 before. I weld brass. Like I get to work with a lot of cool stuff.
Brass isn't an easy metal. Not many people can work with brass. That's not an easy metal to fabricate.
So a lot of people are like, "Oh, dude, aluminum TIG welding is like the hardest thing ever." I was like, "You've never worked with brass, or you've never worked with like Stellite 6." And Stellite 6 is it's a non-sparking hard steel. Pretty interesting. It when you heat it up, dude, it's like Play-Doh almost. It's really like hard to work with.
So it seems like even with, like you said, touching on the aluminum there, seems like you do all right just being able to fabricate aluminum, because that's a whole new trade in itself with all these aluminum frame and aluminum bodies. You know what I mean? That's not easy to fix. That's a special niche, if you will, and there ain't many good the guys out there right now that I know of that are doing it. Every time I've seen a wreck and it has to be fixed, it's been like,
if you don't know how to work with aluminum, you're in trouble. Like you have to make sure you're masked up all the time. Aluminum becomes fibrous, like when you grind it and get the shards down really small, so it can actually get stuck in your lungs and will permanently be there. Yeah, aluminum becomes fibrous when you get it down really small, and it'll permanently lodge in your lungs and stuff like that. You got to really make sure you take your breathing seriously, like your PPE and stuff. Like if you get aluminum in your eyes, you can't just go to the doctor and have them wave the magnet over your eyeball. They got to go in there and physically like fish it out. Like, dude, it's a pain, man. Like if you don't know how to work with that stuff, you're in some fucking trouble. It's not forgiving at all. Like if you heat it up too much, the littlest bit too far, dude, it's gonna fall apart.
Sounds like you got a lot of talent there, brother. Much more than just the growing side of things. You've got a multi skills going on over there. Multi talented gentleman over there. Host, grower, gardener, fucking metal fabricators. Seem like pretty awesome dude there. So far, we're still early into the story, my man. We're still early into this shit. And at the beginning, you're like, I'm just this humble guy.
I am, dude. I'm just a normal guy, though. Like, I really don't view myself as any different than you or anybody else that's watching this show. Like, dude, I've had people come up to me at the Indo Expo and they're like, "Oh my God, Dirtman, you're so great. I love you." And I'm like, for what? I don't know. It just doesn't register.
Pretty awesome stories to me so far, brother. Pretty awesome story so far to me.
Well, thanks, man.
So I hope I didn't take you too far off the cannabis trail there.
We could always swing it back in because I was smoking cannabis the entire time while doing all this. You know what I mean? While learning to be a fabricator, while learning to build cars, while doing all of that, I was smoking cannabis every single day, profusely.
What?
I've
Cannabis didn't wreck your life?
dude, I've never stopped. Like I told you, I started when I was 14 and I became a pothead the very next day. Like, dude, I've never stopped for any longer than maybe 3 months. And that's no joke.
Aren't you great that, isn't it great that you've been able to see that shit full tuition or fruition there, that it's came full circle? You know what I mean? That shit will never get you anywhere. You're never going to be in amount to nothing.
Dude,
Stoner's going to wreck your life.
I've had so many people tell me, like, quit smoking the damn pot, you fucking lazy stoner. And I'm like, who the fuck are you called lazy, dude? I am not lazy. Okay, Saturday mornings, yeah, I'm lazy. Sunday mornings, I'm lazy, but dude, most of the time, no. I'm not lazy. I'm not
That's just
lazy
the
at all.
thing. Most
You muted yourself there.
I do that a lot. That's just the thing, though. Most people that I know aren't fucking lazy. Most users that I know are some of the most go-getting motherfuckers that I've ever met, and that goes my whole life. Every job I've ever taken, from cutting trees to this or whatever I've done, it's usually started with that safety meeting first thing in the morning, or midway through the fucking day. And
Oh yeah, dude.
we've always had very productive days.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, when I first met my wife, I think I was like 22. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was 22 when I first met my wife. And you know, right off the bat, I was like, I picked her up. I was like, "You want to go smoke a blunt?" And she's like, "Is that like all you do? Like just smoke weed?" I was like, "No, I like to smoke weed while I do other things." And she didn't believe me at first because like this dude picks me up, we're just gonna go get high. She probably thought I just sat around and got high all day. And some days, yeah, that I do sit around and get high all day. But what else are you gonna do on a day when you're relaxing?
So, like, kind of like in the half baked chronicles, there, you're that the weed smoker that it makes everything better. Are you
Yes,
that guy?
dude. Yes. I want to do everything on weed. Hey, yo, man, have you ever smoked weed? On weed?
That's my favorite one. That's my favorite one right there. Fucking old John Stewart. That guy's bushes right there. That's fucking the best one out of all of them. I'm glad you picked that.
Yes, dude. But yeah, I'm totally that guy on half baked. I want to do everything on weed. Like if you knew me in my personal life, I'm not joking, dude. I get high before everything. I get high before I go to the bathroom. I get high before I get high. I get high before literally anything. A lot of it comes
Dirt
from
Man
like,
Dan, why do you stop at you smoke before you go to the bathroom? Some of
well,
the best joints I've ever had has been right there in the fucking shitter. And I hate to be too graphic for some of y'all, but it's fucking true. You've been out there, you've rolled one and headed off to the shitter at one point or another.
I don't know. There's something about that kind of turns me off. I've done it. I've done it at like twice, maybe 3 times, but there's just something about it that turns me off.
You've never, I'm totally guilty of it. Just fucking sitting there looking at my phone, dude.
Yo,
Doing my business. You're gonna be
I've
there
even,
a minute anyway.
I've even tried to smoke in the shower. That was a tough one. That was a tough one.
That's a diehard moment there.
Dude, it was more just I wanted to do it just to say I've done it than actually like, oh, like, like people talk about having like a shower beer or whatever. And, it's actually like a rather pleasurable experience because you just put the beer to your mouth and you drink it. No, you got to make sure you don't get that fucker wet. You got to, I mean, you're like, this is stupid. Why did I do this? I did it just to say that, just to say that I did it.
So how many people you think tomorrow will try it just because, they go, fuck, man, I haven't
They're
done
like,
it.
well, we heard Dirtman tried smoking a joint in the shower. That sounded expensive.
Yeah, luckily it was kind of, but damn, all of my lap though. Oh well, I guess it needed to be cleaned anyway. Whole tray right in my lap. How many of y'all have done that one on live TV?
Knock stuff over, dude. I've done it a couple of times. Knocked a jar off my desk while I'm reaching for the mouse or something like that. Knock an entire tray of weed onto the floor, and then the dog's here trying to eat it, and I'm like kicking them, like, get out of here, like, stop eating all the fucking weed.
Oh man. Luckily it was just all bud and my scissor hash fucking from cleaning off my scissors from trimming earlier. So I lost a nice little corner of what was I working on earlier? The dominatrix, trimming up some dominatrix. I had a nice little corner of hit scissor hash there. I was looking to throw in on some, but looks like it's made it to the floor. It's no good now. I don't even know where it is. It's gone.
Carpet weed.
That's funny too. I mean, as you start growing, isn't it amazing how high that fucking standard has went? You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god, dude. So the first we can get into this. The first time I actually turned down somebody's bud was probably like, I want to say 4 years ago. Like, it was probably like a year or two after I started growing myself. And like, had like a couple, like literally 2 good harvests under my belt. And I'm like, okay, so this is what it's really supposed to be like. Like, this is what really good bud looks like. This is what it smells like. This is what it tastes like. Like, I am now familiar with what the actual, where the actual bar is. Because, we've said it on the live stream before. Your best weed is only as good as the best weed you smoked. Right? Somebody else could have something that they think is garbage, and it's going to knock you into next week. So
I agree.
Yeah. So I was at this event with with one of my other car buddies called Mark One Madness, and it's all for like the really old VWs. So Mark One being like the first generation that was water cooled back in like the early 80s. So like the 80s GTIs and stuff like that, and like the Rabbit trucks and stuff like that. You got to really be into VWs to like this stuff, and I'm a big German car guy. But so me and one of my car buddies, we go to this event every year, and it's literally like a bunch of Volkswagens camping in the woods. Dude, it's the coolest thing ever. Like, it's a bunch of camp spots, but every camp spot's got a hooked up car in it. And then, they're tent camping and grilling and this, that, the other. And then on Sunday, they always have like a car show, and they'll give out prizes and stuff like that. But it's just really cool because you wind up realizing like it's all just the same people every year, and they just go there to hang out with each other. So yeah, we went to this event, and I'm sitting with my buddy, and we're smoking, and the guy across from us is like, man, that stuff smells really good. Can I have some of that? I'm like, bro, get over here. Come smoke this with us. You know what I mean? Like, what's your name? Where are you from? The whole fucking nine. So we're sitting there talking to him, and a couple hours later, he like, he warms up to us, and he's like, hey man, I grow my own weed. I'm like, oh, sweet, dude. So do I. I was like, you've been smoking it the whole time we've been here. And he's like, really? That's yours? He's like, that's really fucking good, dude. He's like, I don't think I've ever smoked anything that tasted that good. I'm like, well, let's go see yours. Like, bring yours out. Dude, he brought his bud out, and it looked pretty good. It was nice, bright green. As soon as I put that bag to my nose, I was like, oh God. It smelled like a dirty, moldy basement. I was like, my man, I was like, listen, I was like, you got to take the mold out of your basement. And he was like, excuse me? I was like, you have a moldy basement, don't you? I was like, you have a wet basement. And he's like, how do you know that? I was like, because I could smell it in your bud. And he's like, no. He's like, my bud doesn't smell like a moldy basement. It's his basement. He probably doesn't smell it. You know what I mean? He's probably used to the smell. And I'm like, dude, I was like, I'm not trying to be a dick. I was like, you probably worked really hard on this. I was like, your bud smells like a moldy basement. I was like, I'm sorry. I was like, I'm not smoking that. And he got really offended, and he fucking grabbed his bag and he walked away. And I felt horrible for doing it, but like, I'm not smoking moldy bud, dude. I'm sorry. And it finally got to that point where like I knew that was dirty, moldy bud and not to fucking smoke it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have either. And then you're right. You did that man a favor by saying something before, you know, he
like I'm sure I
whatever.
pissed him off royally, telling him that his bud sucked.
Truth hurts sometimes.
But like he probably went home and scrubbed his house, dude. And that's probably what it needed.
Sounds like it. So you've led me up to multiple questions. Well, first of all, before I get too sidetracked, that was a multi-layered question, the last one, how your standard can change. For one, as a general smoker from where you started, and you were scraping seeds, and there's times where I know back in the day where I've actually had to smoke like almost seed husks. You know, you've scraped that tray, and you're like, oh God, this is all it's dry. This is all I can find. Now you're a grower and you won't even fucking smoke that bud that just hit the floor. You're like, oh, that's no good. Damn, but back in the day, they would have been like, fuck that, that's still good. What do you mean, man?
People would have been like, what are you doing? Like, I'd smoke that twice. Like, yeah. I'm sure there still is a bunch of people that are ripping their hair out going, dude, what? You won't smoke a bud if it hits the floor?
And that's the other thing you kind of led me to in that little story there was your appreciation of cars and German cars, much less the Volkswagen. Can you appreciate one of your vehicles also leading back to one of your other favorite things, which was the original VW van, which was, you know, for the most part, the hippie van, which was heavily influenced in the cannabis, you know, pushed back then. You know what I mean? How you feel about one of your favorite cars influencing cannabis way the fuck back then?
So would it be right to tell you that I want a Vanagon? Like I want a Westphalia camper van. I want one. When we were at that event, my buddy has an 88. I was going to say 86. It's an 88 Westphalia camper van. You know, the pop top, it's got, you know, all the amenities that you would find in like a normal camper van, like the sink and a bed and whatnot. Dude, I want one so bad. They're like $16,000 for like a really nice one. And dude, they're worth every fucking penny. It's like by far the most comfortable bed I think I've slept on in a camper. There's a ton of room in these tiny little things, and they fit in a parking spot. The amount of engineering that's gone into like the VW camper van is amazing. I love those fucking things.
My first hash bash experiences when I first started going to the hash bash, all of them were in a VW van. My first activist experience, all in a VW van.
Yo, fun fact, Tanasi has a 70s VW van. And I'm pretty sure he's got fur on the dashboard.
That's pretty awesome. And for some reason, doesn't surprise me. I'd really like to hang out with Tanasi.
Dude, he's so much fun. He's such a fun guy to hang with, man. If you ever get the chance to go out to Denver, you got to hit him up.
Oh, I plan to. If I get out that way, both of him and Pedro left an open invitation there. And if I ever get out that way, I'm hitting both and making good on both.
Hell yeah.
Why not? One year, it was like, I don't think about 5 years ago now, they had a hippie VW van. It looked exactly like the Mystery Machine. They made it look just like the Mystery Machine.
They
They
paint
had
it
it
all
parked
up.
out there. Yeah, it was
That's
super
awesome.
cool. Super cool. Great cup. Great cup. Thank you. So, I guess we get back to canvas a little bit. I
Yeah,
keep pulling you back and forth.
we keep jumping off to other subjects.
That's what makes it fun. It makes it interesting, and that's what people like to hear. Though,
Well,
they
yeah,
see
they
you.
want to see a full rounded person. They don't like they see me doing cannabis talk all the time, and some people probably do sit there and wonder, is there more to him than that? Like, is that all this person has to offer?
Well, it helps them relate to you on another level. I think you know what I mean. It just helps them, yeah, draws them in closer. Everybody, and that's what I've seen exactly. Dirt Man is about maybe not just this community, but the people you brought on and done on your shows and other shows have done. As these faces get introduced, uh, you can see it in chat, man. The bonding in chat has been huge, huge. The way they've, you know, to me, it's been really huge. Not just for I've had a wide range of people on the show. You know what I mean?
Hmm?
A lot of people in chat, and but now for me, I don't even see the little whatever the fuck you want to call it that represents us on our Instagrams and everything else. I don't even see that anymore. When I see the names go across, I see your face, and when I see you type, I can almost like hear your voice now. You know what I mean? It's
Oh, dude,
brought made these.
you're better at that than I am, man. I'll tell you what. I can have conversations with people and like I'll remember what your face looks like. Dude, I can't remember names to save my life. Or like if we had a conversation about something 6 months ago, I more than likely forgot it. Like, I'm sorry, it's just how I am. Like, uh, for example, the guest we had on EO last night, right? Dre McFly. Um, I had talked to him at the Indo Expo. Never did anything after that. We had talked. I was like, yeah, bro, I'm going to follow you on Instagram. I'll keep in touch. Da 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 da. Dude, forgot about it the next day. Stoners. It's just how we are. But when he came back on because Keith had brought him on, and he came back on, I'm like, you look familiar. I'm like, did we talk at the Indo Expo? And he's like, yeah. And he like went on about this whole conversation that we had, and I was like, oh, I feel like such a dick right now. I was like, I can't even remember this poor guy's name, and he remembers everything we talked about. And dude, I do it a
I
lot. I'm so
I
bad.
can relate. I can fucking relate. That happened to me live on the air with what turned out to be one of the biggest assets of the show. Him and another name I just seen pop up instantaneously. Kind of weird, isn't it? Fucking weird sometimes how chat and not necessarily chat, but the way things work. You know what I mean? Just work out the way you see things
Oh, dude,
almost
the universe works.
simultaneously as
The
you're
universe
thinking
works in
them.
fucking funny ways, man. The definitely works in funny ways.
So I was thinking of the moment like you just brought up there of Smiley's Gardens. I had him on the show.
Hmm?
Great guy, full of information and shit. And I'm probably about a third of the way through this fucking interview. And I'm sitting there just like I am now. I'm, as close as I could be at staring you in the fucking face for, this amount of time. And third of the way in, it's like, I just met you fucking like 2 months ago and had like
And
a
it
45
finally
minute conversation.
dawns on you that you've already interacted with this person more than one time.
Yeah, totally live on the air right then and there. It just hit me like a storm. Him and CJ Apple, it was in the chat. As I was thinking of Smiley, I seen CJ's name, and it was all the same. You know what I mean?
That's
It was all
funny.
that same instant there. That's what made me think that's weird. You know what I mean? Because I was thinking of
It's all
that moment.
synchronicity, man. It's all
Yeah,
synchronicity.
and Smiley turned out to be a great asset. You know what I mean? There was a reason he was a good meet that day, and he kind of stuck in my mind. You know, the conversation we had and everything. But later on, again, you know, I kind of noticed him, kind of without thinking. I may have subconsciously noticed it. You know, it was clicking, and then I reached out and invited him on and shit, and then it clicked again, and ever since then he's been pretty present on the show. You know what I mean? He kind of hangs out in the later sessions and helps out. You know, the other day, talk about a good friend. You know what I mean? A good me. Again, it's just so exemplary of the community. Really, how many great people are out there? Um, my dad passed the other day, and on episode 50, there, one of the important episodes. And this show actually means a lot to me, and it's many more and more as I come on and interact with these chats every night and shit. It
You build
it's it,
relationships with these people that you didn't realize you wanted. Like
exactly.
like I'm pretty anti social media outside of like Dirtman Dan. Like outside of Dirtman Dan, I have no social media. There is no other like alias, or there is no other like, a Facebook page with just, me and like what I do in my normal daily life. Like outside of Dirtman Dan, dude, I do not do social media. So like the interactions that I have with these people have become like very deeply rooted in me. You know what I mean? Because like my panel members, dude, I talk to these guys every week. If I were to be like pulled away from that, I probably would go into like a pretty serious depression.
Man, and that's where I've kind of been though. This is like I said, my father passed Wednesday. It's the third
Sorry to
day.
hear that, man.
Third day. And it's been tough. And a lot of people, you know, I the outpouring from the cannabis community has been so heartfelt. I mean, hundreds of messages have came in over the last few days, wishing me and my family well, hoping I'm doing okay and everything. And it's lifted my heart so much. And a lot of people were so gracious. They're like, because they know how much time and effort I put into this, and they're like, take a couple days off, man. You know, we've got this. You know, we'll be back if it comes down to the show not being up for a few days. Don't worry, man. We'll be right. We'll be back. We'll be back, or it'll work out. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And
Stabby
Smiley,
McStabwood is trolling right now in chat.
nice.
He's good for that. He says lies, all lies. He says I also have the Embracing Organics channel. So yeah, outside of Dirtman Dan and Embracing Organics, dude, I don't do any social media outside of that.
No,
None, dude. Like nothing. I don't watch the news. I don't do like I basically live under a rock unless it pertains to like YouTube and cannabis. I'm not even joking. Like I really, really keep to myself in outside of like, our like cannabis community.
so is Stabby like the man holding it down? If you aren't able to hold it down, is Stabby the one that's quick to hold Dirt Man down?
I mean,
Don't mind me asking.
Stabby has definitely become a very good friend of mine very quickly. Like after talking to him and like hanging out with him, we just really hit it off. And I feel like he's one of those people like I could call any time of the night and be like, bro, I just need somebody to talk to or something like that. You know what I mean? He's like one of those people that be like, yeah, just give me a minute, let me wake up or something. Like he he'd give you the shirt off his back.
He definitely adds good banner to the show. You know, he definitely livens up the organic, embracing organic show. I enjoy it. He definitely an asset to your team.
Oh,
That's
dude,
for
I'm sure everybody loves it when Stabby comes in beating up on me with the rubber gloves.
I kind of like the way Black Sails fucks around with him too about the light. The whole thing's really the
Oh,
whole
dude,
show's got a great click to it.
you gotta have camaraderie. You really do, or they're not. It's not gonna work every week. You know what I mean? You really do have to find people that are gonna interact with each other week after week and just interact well. Or, you're gonna wind up bashing heads and it's just not gonna work. And then that's normally when it falls apart, is when you're trying to like force people to play nice because it only works for so long.
Yeah, and you guys have been able to do it for quite a while. You know, week after week, you guys are episodes are quickly stacking up. You've got a great following over there. Shit, I watch it. I watch it, brother, every fucking week. I'm in your chats, man. It's a good show. It's a great place to be on Thursday nights. You know,
Yeah.
my hat's off to you and the team over there.
Thanks, man. I mean, like I said before, it's not just all me. I'm just showing up and hitting the go button and giving these guys a place to talk. Like, yeah, I host it. I try to keep them in line, but it doesn't work half the time. Stabby had a really good analogy for it. He said it's like trying to herd cats. I mean,
That sounds difficult.
everybody has their own interest. Everybody has their own thing that they want to pursue. And it's really hard to decide, which route to take and to which way to keep everybody happy.
So, Mike, let's get back. Damn it, we veered off again. But that's what I love about this show, and I think that's what everybody loves about this show. Is we get
Well,
back and forth,
let's talk
and
about growing styles. How are you growing? Because
I'm not.
I host Embracing Organics. Everybody knows I'm an organic grower.
Yeah, but everybody watches this show and they know how I grow, dude. I'm all in cocoa. I grow cocoa and salt over here, and hopefully that you can school me in a little bit of organics tonight. Teach me why I should flip over myself. I was going to ask you at one point. You said you started gardening early on. Other plants. Just gardening in general.
Oh
So
yeah,
when did
I've
you
been.
decide that you could apply that knowledge to a cannabis plant? Is that did you start off like this first, or did you start out organic?
So yeah, I mean, I knew for a while that growing cannabis, like probably like 16, 17, I probably figured out, I was like, growing pot's no different than growing anything else that I can grow in the garden. I was like, but what I didn't understand is why everybody was like throwing all these salt nutrients at it. And I'm like, what is all of this about? That's what really grabbed me initially. I'm like, what is bloom boosters? I was like, what is all this crap that these people are using? Because like I said, you YouTube was starting to come around. You could find like people making like weed videos and shit like that early on, and like the forums were really active and stuff like that. I was cruising through the forums. I wasn't ever active in any one forum. I would always just like try and search out certain answers. I never made accounts or anything like that. But it was just an intrigue as to like what the hell is salt-based nutrients all about? Like what's going on? So that's what really got me into it. Um so I actually started out doing the Lucas method, where you take General Hydro Bloom and basically just use that the entire run. Like the crystallized, like the powdered General Hydro Bloom was supposed to be, just enough balance to get the plant to go full cycle. So I gave that a shot. and it sucked. It sucked bad. And I'm like, okay, well, it at least, I at least got a plant to work. So let's see what else I can do with it. And then I never veered away from doing soil. I never did cocoa. I never did inert medias, but I did do soil with like Canna Terra and like their Terra based nutrients, which is just nutrients salt based nutrients you would dump into soil. But they wanted you to use it with their soil, but I was just using like Fox Farm or something like that. So I did that for a little while, and then that's when I started making the YouTube videos, was when I was doing like the Canna and stuff like that, because things were actually like starting to look pretty good. You're throwing salt-based nutrients at it, whether or not the soil's alive or not, it's going to absorb something. So things were finally starting to look good with that, and then I started learning about other people getting like really good yields doing things like super soil and stuff like that. And I always knew in my heart that like it just wasn't right dumping all this stuff into a soil. I'm like, plants grow outside. They don't need all this crap. I was like, why do we have to do it with these plants? I was like, it just didn't make sense to me. So, once I figured out you could get the same type of like yields that these people with salts were getting with organics, I was like, dude, I'm done. I was like, I'm done playing with that stuff. I'm going back to what I know. I'm going back to what feels right.
It reminds me of a statement that hit me pretty hard the other day, or interests me the other day. I was talking with the original Reefer Man, and he told me that that he spent most of his growing experience outdoors, and he had one of his he did okay, but he didn't do very he did better his best excuse me, when he stopped treating the cannabis plant, or stopped feeding it outdoors like a cannabis plant and started treating it like a garden. uh, then he had his best yields outdoors. And I thought that that statement kind of sounds pretty close to what you just stated too. Once you stop treating it as, throwing them unnatural inputs at it, is when you can really excel. To just
Yeah,
kind of let the soil do its thing, right?
it goes all the way back to the beginning of the show where I was, they were asking like, what's the one thing that I say helped me the most? And that was when I just stepped back and just let nature do its thing. I stopped trying to force it to do what I wanted to do or what I thought I wanted it to do, and let it do what it wanted to do.
Yeah, it's a whole different ball game when you start letting the microbes and this. So, do you grow indoors in a natural, organic, maybe living soil system, or do you grow
Yeah.
mainly outdoors?
No, I
Indoors.
actually haven't grown any cannabis outdoors. I like I said, I've done gardening for years. I've grown tons of other plants outdoors, but I haven't actually grown cannabis outdoors. But indoors I do no-till bed. I got a 2x2 tent, and it's got a 20 by 20 by 12 no-till bed in there. And I did the math on it one day. I think it comes out to like 27 gallons of soil, something like that. It's not a whole lot, but it's enough to definitely sustain a nice little population of worms and you know all types of detritivores. And I've got like there's a bunch of red centipedes that like are local to this area. They made their way in there and they're all running around doing their thing. I was actually kind of looking through there earlier today when I was just checking like soil moisture. I saw some rove beetles still running around. There's springtails all over the place. So like, dude, there is just a full blown colony of living soil microbes and creatures down in there.
I know it's right, but it just sounds.
Oh, dude,
As a
it
salt
sounds
guy in cocoa, it just sounds so wrong.
it does. So like, yeah, people, people that don't do it, they really cringe at the fact that like, oh my god, dude, you have bugs in your house. Like, are you kidding me? You're okay with bugs in your house? And yes, I am okay with it because they don't leave that area. Like, I'm sitting here right now, the tent's open, the lights are off, there nothing's crawling out, nothing wants to leave that area, because if they leave that area, they're not in an area that's conducive for them sustaining their life. Those bugs being out here on my carpet is a death sentence for them. So they don't want to be out here. They want to stay in there. So as long as I can keep the environment where they want to be, they're never going to leave.
Yeah, it just again, it
Dude,
just
no,
seems. I
I
know it's
totally,
right,
I
but it
I
just
know what
seems
you're
so
I
wrong.
know what you're thinking, because you're sitting there, you're like, oh my god, dude, he's got bugs in his house, and it's like, but at the end of the day, there's so many more good bugs than there are bad ones that, dude, it just takes care of itself. You do a little here and there just to make sure the numbers stay in their favor, and that's how it goes.
So
Like,
riddle me
I'm
this.
on cycle number 5 with this soil in this bed. Like, I haven't changed the soil out in 5 runs. I just keep adding stuff to the top of it. It's basically just becoming lasagna at this point. And as it breaks down, it just turns all into, black humus, and then the plants just pull out of it what they need, via the bacteria and fungus. But the first run was pretty decent. The second run fucking sucked. The third run fucking sucked. The fourth one, it started to like bring itself back around. And now on the fifth run, dude, it's nailing it out of the park. But it took me 5 harvests to really get it to start cooking on its own, to where I'm just basically giving it water and, the occasional teas.
So was it just that the it cooking, or could you utilize some testings in that period
Oh,
where you could have?
I definitely should have utilized like some soil testing, and I probably could have re-amended it a little better. But, everybody was, 420, 420. When am I going to be on the grow tube? Whenever they ask me. But so yeah, I could have, did some re-amending and probably got it to run better in those other ones. But I had heard a lot of people say, like, if you just keep adding enough green and brown material, it'll eventually just write itself out. And I really wanted to see if that theory was true. So, dude, I just kept throwing in stems and leaves and stems and leaves and worm castings and, frass, and just kept adding stuff to it. Excuse me, adding stuff to it. And eventually, yeah, it literally did. It just balanced itself out. I don't use any CalMag. I give it filtered tap water. I don't check pH. I don't check ppm. I don't check anything other than how much crap I'm putting into my water before I water it in.
So when do exactly does I, I know the pretty much know the answer here, but it seems like it's so close though. I mean, when does an organic system, or become a living system? You know what I mean? A full fledged living system. It
Well,
seems like
I think,
organic system by nature. There has to be something there breaking it down, some
yeah, that
microbes and
I
whatnot.
kind of feel like you're right on that, with
So
that
when does
assessment.
it? You know what I
Well,
mean? Is it the
really, if
addition of
you're
worms, or what makes it living?
well, what makes dirt into soil is life, right? Is the creatures that are living in it. That's what turns dirt into soil, is is the life. So if you have any life going on in your in your medium and you're doing any type of organic, you have some form of living soil. Now, like some people, call it like, there's different levels to it where like people are like, oh, there's the TLO and, the true, which is like the true living organic and stuff like that. And then, people like Tanasi does super soil. I'd like the I like doing no-till. There's a million different names for it, but like at the end of the day, if you have life in your soil, you have some kind of, living soil. Just by definition, it really is. It's just that simple. If you got more than just plant and salts in your medium, like if you put worm castings in your cocoa, you have some form of organics going on in there. You have some form of life. I was talking to some guy back at one of the DGC meets in February, and he's like, dude, he's like, I run living cocoa. And I was like, wait, you run a living cocoa? And it took me a minute to figure out what he was getting at, but he's like, yeah, dude. He's like, I had labs, I had KNF, I had this, I had that. He adds a bunch of microbes and fungus, and he adds a bunch of life to his cocoa. So yeah, he's right. He has living cocoa.
Your counterparts over there saying that they're totally different things. Stabby says they're not the same thing.
I beg to differ. I'm sure he's got a million reasons why he feels as though that's right, but
Stabby's just gonna have to come on and argue his own damn point. I'm just playing, Stabby. I don't even know it, bro. But I kind of agree with you. It's such a fine line there. If you're running any type of organic input, there has to be something to break it down there. Something, a living organism. There's microbes, which have to be alive. Microbes are alive. You know what I mean? They only live for a certain time. If you don't feed them, they fucking die. You have to replenish them. So at that point, I guess they start the food chain. They're the basis of a living food soil system. And if even a cocoa, you're right. If you I add a fish fertilizer in with my cocoa to bring out a little bit of terps and flavor. I add it in with my salts, just with hair. The exact amount is Alaska fish fertilizer, 50 mils per 15 gallons. So it's not, huge. And it's a little bit every day, but still there's a little bit of organic material in there. Mm-hmm. And I've seen, springtails in there and shit like that. So like you said, it's kind of become a living system at some point because there's shit in there breaking it down, microbes.
Yeah, there are things. There's things living in there. So yeah, technically it's living. Now, like Stabby's over here arguing. He's like, in my opinion, there has to be the full circle of life. But it isn't there. Like just because you're not getting all the way up just because you're not getting all the way up to like big entities like worms, like you might only be getting up to springtails, and then the springtails die, and then they get broken back down by microbes that eat springtail bodies. Like, I don't know. We can argue about it all day.
Exactly. I'm on your team on this one here, brother. Even if it's a simple microorganism, if it eats something, dies, and reproduces, you have a cycle. You have a living cycle right there.
It might not be a multi-chain cycle. It might not be a big cycle, but it's still a living cycle.
And again, they say the whole mess of Earth could have started from algae blooms. It has to start with something. Once it hits that spark, just because we cut it off at a certain part, that life cycle, we're the ones that are destroying the fucking life cycle at the end of, you know what I mean? It's worked its way through flower and shit, and it's probably peaked It's popping at its best when I pull that plant down and take it outside and just wreck their world and shit. You know what I mean? Kick that ball around my yard. If it wasn't for me doing that, I am quite sure if I were to just pull that root ball out of there and progress, it's going to break down. That food web, that chain's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger as you let it progress. But it's us stepping in that's going, you know
Well,
what I
yeah,
mean?
we're
But nature will take over. That food,
basically we're determining the size of the circle.
I like you, Dirtman Dan.
Thanks.
I'm having fun tonight. This has been a great interview so far. So, yeah, I agree. Do you use any kind of tea inputs or anything like that? Or you just
Oh, dude, I love worm casting teas. I've actually become a really big fan of insect frass teas and just using insect frass in general. Especially ever since we had the guy from Frass Valley on. Um, he sent me out some of his product to use, and it's like a really nice product because it doesn't smell. It basically comes like really small granules because the larva that's making it for you isn't big. So you get these really small granules, and then I can do like a 1 hour basically like soak. It's not even really a tea. You throw 2 tablespoons of frass into like a big mason jar, bubble it up for an hour, and then I feed that into my plants. And the next day, dude, they're like visibly happier. Like, they're just praying just that little bit more. The leaves just have like that nice green sheen to them. Like it's really interesting that just by wetting down some insect poop for an hour will make your plants like more robust looking.
I guess before we get down too far down the other systems, I'm curious because I've been talking and Smiley's Garden's been nagging me night after night after night to dip my feet into the organics arena.
Dude,
So
that's
if
a
I do like a 4x4 area, I do multiple tents here. I have 8 flowering tents in all. It's a tent city over here.
mhm.
But I'm thinking about incorporating and dipping my feet into like a small 4x4 area. Now, if I do that and start like again some type of living soil, you know, am I asking? Am I inviting pests into my other area? Am I inviting problems into my non-living areas, my cocoa areas, because they're in
So
search of that natural breakdown? Or
my suggestion to you would be try like a hybrid system first. Try some organic inputs versus like adding in like, you know, just full-blown soil because you might give yourself a little bit of a crossover issue there. That definitely is a potential. So maybe like add some worm castings to your cocoa and then maybe do like a couple insect frass teas, along the way. Try adding a couple teas and stuff like that here and there before going in full bore, and you'll know right away whether or not you like it. It's
I
not for everybody. Some people love playing mad scientist and mixing up newts and pouring pouring them in. Other people, they're like, I like it, but I don't know anything else. They don't know other options to explore.
well, for me myself, it would be kind of going back to like a phase one. I've worked my way through them all, and you're right. It would be somewhat of a transition issue there, just because of the mediums. Right now, it's water every day, water every day, water every day, and you don't play that game in dirt. You water every day out a day, you'll have fucking mud in a plant that is very miserable.
Well,
So you have to
I do water every day though.
do you? You just are
So,
smartly watering.
well, yeah, so like
Sure.
in the living soil beds, a lot of guys have found out using like a dripper system, just keeping just that constant level of moisture versus like, you know, flood and drain like you guys like to do. You'll flood it out, the plant will soak up all you know, a bunch of water from the medium, then it'll drain back out, it'll dry up, and then the plant wants more, so then you flood it again. If you keep the constant moisture level in the living soil, that keeps your microbes, that keeps your microbe levels up, that keeps, and your microbe levels stay up, your plant's getting fed more, you know, more of the plant exudates are being used, and then that in turn just kicks off, you know, that whole cycle, because you start with the microbes and then you work your way up to, like, you know, the protozoas and stuff like that, like the like nematodes and things like that that you can't see but are there, and then things that eat nematodes show up, and then you just keep letting it progress and progress.
So you kind of keep her wet, but you don't keep her with wet feet.
No, you don't want it sopping wet. Like, I can stick my finger down into the soil, probably, you know, a little past first knuckle, and start to feel moisture any given time. But at, if you were to like slap the sides of like the bag, water's not going to come out. Like, it's not drenched, but you want it to stay moist, like a couple hours after like a summer, like a summer sunny rain, not like a huge rainfall overnight.
I should hope that kind of boils back down to a great mix. You know what I mean? It shouldn't.
Well,
It
yeah,
can, you know.
if you have a soil mix that's like lacking, like if you don't have enough aeration in there, if you don't have enough like carbon to be broken down, if you don't have, you know, enough, um yeah, basically like aeration and carbon are your two mainstays, you're gonna have problems. It's gonna go aerobic on you, and that's one of the big things, is making sure it doesn't go aerobic, or if it does go aerobic, you want to have beneficial aerobics in there, because like Pedro's grow room, he does aerobic growing, but he uses a lot of EM1, which is a beneficial aerobic.
Yeah, you guys had them on the other, was it last week? That was a great episode, by the
Mm-hmm.
way. It sounds like almost too good of a product there. I mean, he's talking about cleaning the fucking whole barn and shit with it. I mean, is it that them the bacterial life in that shit just will eat up bad shit like that? You
it
just go
that's what it
behind it and
that's
clean it.
what
I
it
mean, how's that
does.
shit work? How's it work?
So like
I mean, I
the
listened, but it still seemed like it was too good to be true. I'm like, come
well,
on.
no, like the I thought it was too good to be true too, but like I've had the I've had the joy of working for a garage door company, and that led me to go to a water treatment plant, and I've got to see firsthand how they treat our water. And you know, the plant that I went to, they have this big wooden, what looks like a mill that goes through this large trough of water, and on that large wooden mill, you see all this just like algae growth and like what looks like nasty, disgusting, like you know, stuff would be on the sides of like the sewer. And I said to one of the workers, I was like, "Don't you guys clean that?" I'm like, What the hell is that? All that stuff on there?" And he goes, "You don't want to clean that." And I'm like, "Huh?" And you know, I was probably 19, 20 at the time, and the worker at the water treatment plant was like, "Listen," he's like, the bacteria and algae and everything that's living on that, he's like, "We want that to come off of there and go into the water." And I'm like, "Isn't that going to get people sick?" And he's like, "No." He's like, "They're going to eat what gets people sick, so people don't get sick." So they literally use giant farms of bacteria to treat our local water here.
It's I actually would prefer a system like that versus the tons and tons and tons of chemicals that they dump into the water. That shit. I'm not from Flint, Michigan, but I've lived in Flint, Michigan for a time. Talk about bad water and shit. I mean, them people got fucked over. And if there could have been a better way to clean up some water, like products like that, then why aren't they utilizing shit like that? Then
It
massive chlorine
honestly,
dumps and shit like that.
honestly, I hate to be like, you know, jumping to conclusions, but I really feel like when it comes to shit like that, it comes down to whether or not the township wants to spend the money on it, or if they have the money to spend. You know what I mean? Like, I'm lucky enough to be here in Philadelphia, and we have really good water. When I was checking it, I think it was only like 150 ppm, maybe 200 ppm. It's really good, and pH is like, you know, what, 7, right where water's supposed to be. It it was like, you know, I was expecting bad water because like you'll turn on the tap and you'll smell like some chlorine and stuff like that. But that's it. That's literally it. Like, we don't have hard water. We have, you know, we don't have to deal with like calcium buildup and stuff like that. We actually have really good water here.
I'm kind of lucky where I am now too, because I'm like in the middle of a forest, mostly pines, super sandy,
Hmm.
super. It's the sand layers are
Are
just
you
thick,
are
so
you
the
on
water.
city water or are you on a well?
Well,
Okay.
well, so it does fluctuate a little bit from season to season, but it's pretty good most of the time.
Yeah, but you can also plan for those fluctuations as well, right?
Yeah, actually, to be honest with you, I don't use RO or anything like that. I use an RV filter. That's what I use. That's it.
That's what I use. You know,
Good
the
enough.
10 layer filter or whatever it is. It's basically like the pre-filters for an RO.
Basically, yeah. Basically, it pulls out all the heavy stuff, and it's good enough for me. And I noticed a difference in my plants right away. And yeah, I just change it out like every 3 6 months, depending on I test it periodically, see how many ppms it is. But for the most part, 3 6 months is pretty much average. $20 sure
Yeah.
beats an RO system where you're fucking wasting and wasting and wasting water, and
Well,
depending on the
it's
system you
not that
choose, it can be
it's
all
not even
day
that
to
you're
get.
wasting water. The waste water has all of the crap you're pulling out in it. So like the crap that you're pulling out of the water, you're not only wasting water to get it out, but you're also dumping that,
Concentrating back into
you're
your shit.
concentrating that back into your sewage system. So
Or in
that's
my case,
eventually,
you're well.
yeah, that's eventually going to make its way either back to your well or it's going to make its way back to the general population of water.
Yeah, I'd much rather catch it in a filter and chuck it every so often. And the other thing about that is, like I said, it takes a lot of time to, and depending on the systems that you get, to create a lot of good RO water. Shit, I go through on average 30 to 45 gallons of water a day. You know what I mean? RO system like that, man, I'd be standing there just letting that thing pretty much go all day just to keep up at that level. Yeah, and a cheapo system and shit. I've seen some only do a couple gallons a day, much less that much at water time. So that high rate filter of being able to just spin that thing on a hose and helps out greatly, and it's quite cost effective in my book.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
use
I don't
fresh one before I make hash. To be
I don't I don't
honest with
see a
you,
need. I really don't see a need, especially with doing like, you know, the living soil and stuff like that. I really don't see a need to break it all the way down to RO just to have to like, you still have to structure it back up or it's gonna chelate, you know, nutrients out of the soil to restructure itself. Like, RO water doesn't want to be RO water. It wants to bond to things. It wants to grab iron. It wants to grab things. It doesn't want to be RO. So if you just dump plain RO back into your medium, it's going to grab things out of the medium like calcium, iron, boron. It's going to grab things. It's going to chelate them. It's going to stick back to the oxygen molecules. That's just how it works. I don't know why it works. I know it works like that. So like if you were to use RO water, you have to basically like restructure it before you use it. Like you got to add calcium back into it. You got to give it something to grab onto, or it's going to grab onto anything it can. I really don't see a need for doing that, especially with the living systems. Like if you pour something in there that's going to want to grab from that living system, you're just going to be hurting everybody that's down there, beneficial or not.
I agree. I mean, I keep wanting to go that way. I keep wanting to go that way. It just seems right.
It does. It feels right. It is for me. That's what really did it for me. I was like, I'm watching it. It was like when Brown Guy 420 was like really big, and he was making like the weekly videos when he was doing the farm and stuff like that. And I was like, this guy gets it. I was like, he knows how to make the plants act like plants. I was like, and it just feels right. I was like, he's not dumping anything into there that probably shouldn't be in there. And you got people like St. Bernard's observation booth that's saying like, microbial metabolites are essentially the same thing as ionic salts. Well, yeah, they are. I mean, the plant is going to use them to grow, whether it gets it from a microbe or whether it gets it from a salt. They are the same thing. I just don't think it's right to be dumping them into the ground. Let the microbes pull them out like they've been doing over billions of years.
Just for me again, I am tired of dumping shit in my yard. You know what I mean? When I could just maybe build a system. I'm very intrigued. I've been reading lots of books, and you know,
What
I'm ready.
books have you read?
Oh, the One Straw Revolution. I just read that one.
Are you reading them or are you
Reading
doing Audible?
audio. I
Okay, I'll
prefer
say the
audio
One Straw
'cause I can
Revolution.
multitask.
I say the One Straw Revolution would probably be hard to read, just to sit down and read it. But if you're doing audio, it's probably a lot easier.
Oh, it's a ton easier, and I'm kind of like I like the Buddhist aspect of that book. You know what I mean? I've actually listened to it like 3 times because kind of that aspect of the simplicity of life and all that really drew me in. Today, by recommendation of Smiley's Gardens, I started The Secret Life of Plants.
I haven't gotten
blew
to that one
through
yet.
Teaming with Microbes.
Are they on Audible yet?
Yeah. The first one is Teaming with Nutrients will be available later this month.
I'm gonna have to go get that because I only have the hard copies.
The Introduction of Botany. I've listened to that one.
I have that one as well. Can I make a couple recommendations for you?
Absolutely.
The Hidden Half of Nature, if you've never done that one.
Not yet.
Phenomenal. That's probably one of my favorites, The Hidden Half of Nature. And then, Folks, This Ain't Normal.
Neither one of them.
Joel Salatin does Folks, This Ain't Normal. And it's not even cannabis related. It's just like homesteading and gardening. But it just rings a lot of bells that like were already going off in my head for me. Like 100 years ago, everybody knew how to slaughter an animal and make their own hides. Everybody knew how to cook their own food from that slaughtered animal. They knew how to preserve. You know what I mean? Like all of that stuff's lost now. So that's where Folks, This Ain't Normal goes. If, any of the viewers out there are interested in that. And then The Hidden Half of Nature is just pure blown soil biology.
I've been in. I like to, I enjoy. I'm a nerd, so before I do anything, I kind of like to dive in, and audio makes it so fucking enjoyable. I've really dug in lately. Last, I don't know, 4 months with the Audible. It's just I like it. It's you can listen to it repeatedly if you wanted to. Great subjects. I've only had one or two bad books that were like terribly narrated to where it's like, oh my god. I, Today I did pick up, like I said, the Secret Life of Plants, and also the Cannabis Manifesto is on that list. Also, like a lot of other books, O'Neill and Hill and shit like that. Some thinking books, but definitely a lot of Audible. A lot of Audible. How about yourself? You like to listen to it, or you prefer to read this too?
All right, so I can't sit down and read a book. I don't have the attention span to sit and read. I'm all over the place. One of the reasons why I smoke in the first place is to calm myself down. I'm really high energy if I don't smoke. And so I don't have the energy or the, I don't have the attention span to sit down and read a book. But if I can do Audible while I'm doing something else, amazing, dude. I'm a great auditory learner. So it just, a lot of it'll sink right in.
Are you a multi-speed man yourself, like I am? I like to blow through that shit like fucking 1.5, 2x if I can.
No, no, I actually, I'll keep it at normal speed. And then like, if something doesn't click, I'll go back and do it again. And if it still doesn't click, I'll go back and do it again. I'm one of those, like, I won't progress until I get it.
See, that's just, you kind of just hit it right there. Is I do progress. I'm totally guilty because I'm doing things. You know what I mean? When I'm listening. So I know I'm missing things. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that first run, I'll listen to it at 1.5, because that's still a nice, comfortable, fast. It's a upbeat, but not to where you're not picking anything up. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm picking up it a lot that run. I feel. And so the next time I go back and listen to it, because I try to listen to it at least 3 times, whatever I fucking buy, at least 3 times, especially because you're building it in progressions too. At least I am. That first run, and like I said, it's 1.5. Because some of them books can be fucking 9,
They,
10 hours. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Which
And
is
if you don't
great,
have
but
a, if you don't have a really good, if you don't have
if
a
you can
good
trim it
speaker
down,
on there, if you
it's
don't have a
headphones
really
all
good,
the time.
yeah, if you don't have a really good like speaker on there, like narrating the book for you, you're going to be like,
Yeah.
you're gonna fall right asleep. I actually had a hard time with the One Straw Revolution because the narrator's pretty monotone. They don't have a whole lot of life to them.
I do not suggest anything by Louis Lapine. Like, terrible. It's horrible. It's like an old. It's like, especially if you turn that up, it gets it's terrible. It fucks with your head.
I'm sure it
But
does.
so that's what I do. Like the first time it'll be like 1.5, or if that's too fast, I may team it down a little bit. But that first pass is something manageable. And then if I've already listened to it once, I'll kick it up a notch because I've already related to a lot of what's there, and I'm more or less trying to speed through it and catch shit I didn't catch. You know what I mean? And then one more time, probably at like 2x, it's just like, you know what I mean?
Dude,
And
I
at
don't.
that point, I'm just like, oh, I missed that. And I might slow it down and for that, but it's more or less one last pass.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys can do that. I got to do normal speed.
You get used to it. Sometimes, like I said, you put it back. There's a lot of them. You put it back, and you're like, holy shit! There's no way. And then there's some of them you notice once you bump them up to like 1.5, you're like, oh, this is the way they're supposed to be listened to right here. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I think sometimes they wind it down just for so it's
Just
a little easier to digest for some people.
maybe.
I don't know. I don't know. Sake of conversation. Sake of conversation. So, what do you do in your organic, your living systems there? However you want to draw that line. um, okay. Um, for like an IPM, you want to walk
Um,
briefly through that?
yeah, we can go briefly through that. My favorite thing of all time has got to be just flooding your medium with like beneficial nematodes. Um, Especially if you have like if you see active gnats flying around or stuff like that, and you just flood your medium with nematodes, dude, they just disappear. You like practically instantly cut their life cycle. You know, if you
So,
put in a predatory like a nematode that's going to go after like a larval stage of a gnat, and you literally just flood them in there to the, you know, I probably go like 10 times the recommended amount. Like they say 30 million will do like half an acre. Dude, I'll put 15 million in my 2x2. You know, I will absolutely just flood the dog shit out of like beneficial nematodes. And dude, it really just seems to like wipe out the problem. And then doing things like Dr. Zyme's foliar spray or Method 1 foliar spray once a week basically just kind of keeps on top of anybody that might show up.
so do the nematodes prefer a wet environment like the fungus gnats do? Is that why they
Yeah,
survive and kick ass down there so well?
yeah, they actually, you know, one of the things they say on the packaging, if you've never used them, you actually have to like pre-moisten your medium or your soil before you add them in. So that way they're not going into like a dry medium that's gonna like potentially like suck them up against something so they can't move around. But yeah, they do prefer like a more moist, wet soil. And like I said, I go well way and above what they recommend, and it just seems to take care of the problem without screwing with the beneficial populations too much.
Uh, yeah, well, and benefit too is, of course, a healthy plant is its own, best defense, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But
Yeah,
even the best defense is going to get knocked down at some point.
right. Yeah, I agree. You got to keep your guard up before. What's Jim Rohn's phrase? Is as soon as you quit pulling them weeds, it'll most definitely overtake your garden. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And
absolutely. You got to dude, you got to stay on top of it.
Jim Rohn's a fucking inspirational speaker, by the way. Motivational guy, not a gardener at all. He might have been. I don't know. So, have you had some fun tonight, Dan?
Oh,
Dirtman
hell yeah.
Dan?
I had a good time.
I'm glad.
If I stayed up this late on the normal, I'd probably be in chat more often too.
I appreciate that. If you ever get them sleepless nights, man, we'd always enjoy having you in chat. Or, yeah, that's kind of the routine here. Uh, People like, whenever, I don't expect, there's some of these shows, shit, last night, I think 6 hours long. Could have been. I don't know. It's, but it
That's
started
intense,
being,
man.
it started being off like just like something like this, me and you, and then I cut out, and then it just slowly has built, man. We've got what 69 in chat. I bet you I can. It maintains right about 50, 40, 50 until 4:30.
That's dedication right there, dude. Those are
That's some
dedicated
dedication.
followers.
And that's why, you know, it's hard to turn it off, man. It's become a great community, and like I said, man, I was kind of leading there earlier since the fade. It's been a great community, and when this all happened earlier this week, man, they stepped up, man. Smiley stepped up and co-hosted the show the day I needed him most, and didn't ask or nothing, man. He was like, man, if you need me to, I will. I'm like, because I was gonna do it. It's hard to once, like you said, they've got such dedication there. It's hard not to, log back in. And you've kind of talked about the frustration of doing it and lining things up earlier. But like the next day after a show, when you get comments on the show, or you get them DMs of people saying, "Wow, you guys have really helped us out," and these shows,
Yeah, dude.
it's
When
like, oh,
you wake up the
I
next
gotta
morning
do
and
it.
you're looking at that and you're like, oh, well, I guess I really did help somebody.
In fact, especially with I've had not even on a grow level, on a personal level this week, telling my story with my dad. There, I've had other people, great people that are going in the similar boat that are, parents around that level of, you know, last days, and they said, your perspective and whatever has helped me through, and it's like, why not going on tonight? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
And
like you didn't even have any intention of like going out and reaching out to somebody, and you did it anyway.
no, in fact, it was quite the opposite. It was quite the opposite. They were fucking helping me, brother. They were helping me. I was in a bad spot, fucking stuck up here, couldn't go down there. I still can't bury the man. And if it wasn't for them, I'd probably be looking at the floor right fucking now. Fucking, you know
Wondering
what
what to
I'm
do with
saying?
yourself. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. And to hear somebody get that message to say, it helped me when I was down and out. I helped somebody else. That picked me up even more. You know what I'm saying? It's a great community. I fucking love this shit. I ain't never fucking. As long as I can do this, brother, I'm gonna be doing this night after night after night until I just fucking I don't have breath in me. I've swallowed that pill. I've swallowed that pill and fucking made
yeah.
that commitment.
You you took the what's it? You took the blue pill. You ain't going back.
I ain't going back, brother. I ain't going back. I'm digging it. And I appreciate you coming on and telling your story. And like I said, I'm super glad that you've been able to be a part of this. And if you're ever up late, that's the rule. Once you come on the show and introduce yourself to me, the chat, then and the after ses, because there will be an after ses. I don't expect you to, like I said, I don't expect everybody to party all night or whatever. But there will be an after ses. So if you're up late, you're always welcome to pop in on that after the guest. So you can go from chat with the guests to hanging out after, if you're up and available. So
I got you.
please
Well,
take me up on that some night. I'd be honored.
I will try, my man. I will try. But
I,
thank you
I
again,
get
man, for having.
Fumidor in here all the time. He's such an elusive fucker. I love him, but man, that dude is just. I played more tag with that guy and trying to get him on, and he just keeps playing. He keeps playing. I love
Uh, you just got to call him out one day. Be like, listen, you here now.
him. I kind of tried to do it today on your show in the chat, but he wasn't biting. He wasn't biting.
Eh, it is what it is, man.
Maybe you can kick him in the ass on your end. I'd appreciate it.
I'll see what I can do.
That'd be great, brother. Again, thank you for your time. Go ahead and tell everybody where they can find you. Tell you, about the show and maybe anything you guys got coming up. You know, plug yourself. Plug, plug, plug. Thank anybody you want to thank. Now it's
Well,
that
dude,
time to give any kind of shout outs you
I got to
want to give.
thank you, Eagle, man, for bringing me on, for making me stay up late. I'd be
It's my
snoring right
pleasure.
now. I'd be catching flies if it wasn't for you. So, thanks for bringing me on. Thanks for thinking I'm interview worthy.
You were. Yeah, I've had an excellent night. This has been a whole shitload of fun. It says. I thank you. Like I said, It's helped me, brother. You have helped me again. You didn't even know that. You didn't even when you agreed to this. You didn't even know you were helping me, get through some shit. You have. I appreciate it more than you know.
Well,
And
glad I can carry you along for a night, my man.
you did. You did. And please give you show your hard work a shout out. You ain't leaving here without saying checking my shit out. You got a lot of hard work in that. You got to suggest that shit to if these people haven't watched, which I know I see them in chat, but I know they have. But a lot of people watch. May not have seen it. I got people they watch in Germany, Australia, Canada. Can you believe that shit?
Yo,
Right about fucking.
I get shout outs from like all types of crazy places. Like, yo, what's up from like Austria and like for places I've never even heard of.
Thank you, UK SIF 420. God, I love these fuckers. I don't mean to call you that. You guys know the routine, but they do, man. It's just such a great community, man. If I miss something, they're very quick to remind me of fun stuff that I'm missing. And you might have caught it there in chat, but at the end of every show, I usually ask for a soundbite, and I nearly let you slide off without asking you for that damn soundbite. And thank you, UK, for making me bringing that to my attention. I'm looking for Dirtman Dan, that old school radio fucking, because maybe like 100. It's coming up fast. I'm gonna piece them all together, all you guys. This is Eagle Gardens, and I'm on the fucking talking shit with Eagle. I
I
fucked
know
up
what
my own sound
I
bite
know
and
what you're
shit.
talking. I know what you're talking about.
Can you please give it to me, brother?
Sure. What's going on, guys? This is Dirtman Dan. I'm here talking fucking shit with Eagle Gardens, and we're kicking it with some organic talk.
Fucking perfect, man. That was fucking perfect. Radio quality. Thank you, sir. And again, don't pull up, don't you're not hitting that end button without plugging your show and all that. You haven't done it yet. You've been
I
very
got you.
gracious on trying to step around it, but plug it, brother.
I got you. So every Thursday night, right here on YouTube, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, head on over to the Embracing Organics channel. You can catch me. I try to host. I try to keep all the guys in line over there. But really, we're just a bunch of friends hanging out, talking about smoking, talking about growing. It really, it's just a bunch of friends hanging out. And then we get some cool guests every now and again to come down and basically like sit with us and sesh. But everybody seems to enjoy it.
I do. I do. I'm there fucking every Thursday. You see me in chat.
We
That's for
appreciate
sure.
all you guys, man. It really is why we do it. We love hanging out with all you guys in chat. Um, I've been slacking lately, but you can go visit my Dirtman Dan YouTube channel. You can watch the progression from growing in like a little computer-sized box all the way up to where I'm at now with the 2x2.
Oh yeah.
And if you really want to sit there and watch all those boring ass videos of, because all my videos are just like 10 minutes of me talking while smoking, and then I'll finally go in and show the plants after teasing everybody. But yeah, just fast forward through me talking if you just want to see the plants and the progression of things. But I started out in a computer box, so I've worked my way up from there.
We all started somewhere, and that's the important thing. That's in fact one of my favorite quotes, Dirtman Dan, is by Les Brown, and he says that you don't have to be great to get started. You just have to get started to be great. Uh, that very much applies to your technique there. You just had to get started. That's the important thing, is getting started.
Well, yeah, you have to want to do it, man. You have to have that drive. You got to have that fire in your belly, or unfortunately, you're just going to fall on your face.
Well, good sir. I don't want to burn up your whole night. You've been more than gracious with your time. Hopefully, you'll consider about maybe, like I said, not just popping in one night on a chat, but maybe a follow-up episode. Maybe we can go deeper in. You know.
Hell yeah,
Uh,
man. Definitely come back and chill sometime.
I know you're a busy man. I know Chad's letting out some secrets, but I know you've got some great content coming out over there in the next week or so. So
Yeah, we definitely got a pretty cool guest lined up for next week. So
jealous. I'm serious jealous. I know who it is, and I'm jealous.
yeah,
That's just,
I was pretty amazed myself that he was willing to come on the show. So it definitely
tough.
should. We're planning for a big one.
That's a score. It really is. So make sure it's at next week.
Yeah, next
Make sure
Thursday.
everybody tunes in Thursday because it's gonna be fucking worth it. I ain't gonna say. I won't say, but I'll lead them up, brother. I'll help lead them
Dude,
up.
dude, just keep tickling him. Just keep him, tickled red.
I will. I will. That's how the world goes round. It's helping everybody. I'm a supporter. I was a supporter of the show before he came on. I've had some of your panel on anyway. Like I said, Black Sail, Q, and Tanaze's been on. Now you. So that's a good portion of your panel on. So I've been a supporter before they came on, and even more so today. So
Well,
appreciate you and all the things you guys are doing over there.
thanks for hanging with us, man. We appreciate it.
All right, brother. You have a great night and
Yeah,
an amazing tomorrow, and I look forward to hearing from you soon.
yeah, man. And with that, cheers, Eagle. This one's for you,
Cheers,
buddy.
bro. Thank you, man. You have a great night. I gotta fucking find my rig. Oh, damn it! You
All
caught me
right.
off guard. Caught me off
Peace out,
guard.
buddy. And peace out,
Have a
chat.
good. Have
I
a
will
great
catch
night,
you.
man.
Yeah, man. I'll catch you all on Thursday.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will, sir. Awesome interview. Awesome interview. God, I love it when they just are like too easy there. Too easy. No, you got to tune in. Nobody can tell. Nobody can tell. If you know, you can't tell. You gotta. Everybody's just gotta watch. Just gotta watch Thursday night. That's how that works. It's just gotta watch. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. What time is it? Holy cow! 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Another great episode in my book. Another awesome Friday night. Uh, Holy cow! Let me. Anybody want to jump in? Who's out there? The American one. I see you. I did get soundbite. I did get. It was a good one too. P3T3R6R1FF1N. What a name. Seems like a plan. Who are you? Indeed, wise old owl. Hans Wire, how are you? Bravo, bravo. Kinyo's Genetics, how you doing? Mr. No One, out, you're out? Okay, that's good. I appreciate it. I appreciate you popping in, good sir. Okay, I was away for 1 minute. Thank you, 420, 420. I appreciate your views, man, every time. I'm sending them digits, Smiley. He's trimming, but no commitment, Smiley. But you got that invite. Everybody enjoys seeing Smiley. Smiley's garden. Trying to look at my got a bunch of messages. I wonder who's agreed to come out. Not not tonight, but later. Later episodes. We've got a bunch of good stuff coming up. Not just embracing organics. Uh, Lots of good stuff over here going on as well. Stabby Mick Stabwood, thank you very much for tuning in tonight. Much respect to you and the whole crew over there. I appreciate you stopping in. Have a great night. Amazing tomorrow for you as well. I always enjoy that. New people popping in always makes for a great show. Great show when more people we get in here. Sorry, looking at chat again. Still looking at chat again. At Eagle Garden, sorry to ask again, but do you use the herbs now dryer, or do you hang, or what? You must be new to the show. I do use the herbs now machine. I frequent it quite a bit. I talk about it all the time. I only hang dry now if I have to, if it's an overloaded system. Like I just got to where I just got too backed up for the dryer, the size dryer I had, and the time that I had. So I had to hang dry, which made me realize how much I actually did fucking hate dry trimming. Thank you, Johnny Can of Seeds. I hope that helps you. That long name. I'm not even going to try it again. I like the library. It seems to smell nice. I asked for a ceramics teacher. He says, yes, I am. Sorry, noob. No problem. Silent Smiley did see, but he did not say if he's popping in. I'm sure he is. He's an awesome dude. Thank you for popping in, Dirtman Dan. It was an excellent episode tonight. I enjoyed it. I'm sure everyone else did. Oh, shit. Smiley's Gardens popping in. Good evening, Mr. Smiley. You want to say hello and introduce yourself?
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Smiley_garden. Y'all know it's like Eagle having to introduce himself. Come on now.
Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt.
Dirtman's awesome. That was a great show.
Yeah, it was. What a great, I love it when they flow just genuinely like that. You know what I mean? Very little intervention there. It just flows.
It's easy to have somebody that loves cannabis like that, too.
Right. Oh, I'm on the fence with those, really, Smiley. I enjoy the super great ones, but them are the ones that pull I'm guilty of not being able to pay attention to chat on them nights at all. As much as I try, it's hard to, veer off and keep up. And tonight was one of those. I know I missed a shitload of good shit in chat there.
No, I don't think anybody minds, man. I think that everybody kind of realizes that's the main, that's the main conversation. So it's like, you got to stay focused on that. I felt the same way, though. It's super hard to try to be in two conversations like that.
Oh, hell yeah. And one thing I always forget to point out is, too, if people got questions or they want my attention, to tag me so that, I get that red box on my end that catches my attention. A lot of times, if you just say Eagle or whatever, then, it's hard for me to catch it without that box.
UKS is asking what I'm trimming up. I just finished the last round of Tuscadero, and now I'm working on this unicorn poop. And it don't show real good. It's super frosty, though. But it's time to roll one up now. Get high with some weed.
Is that the Tuscadero? Is that what you were smoking on last night?
Yeah. I was doing a little tester branch just to see if it was ready to be off the drying rack. And yeah, we had rain, and I don't know, man. That shit just seems to, no matter how hard you try, it seems to fuck with you anyway. I'm trying.
Boom. Welcome. That's the first time I've seen that name tonight.
Seen what? Boom?
Yeah. I think he just popped his head up.
And Dan, if Stabby's rambling, you mean when Stabby's rambling?
They kicked out a fucking great episode yesterday.
Yeah. No, we just did a crossover episode with them guys on the Frugal Force. So yeah, they're great guys, man. I love hanging out with all of them. Stabby knows his shit. They all know their shit. So good stuff.
late nap today, so you be good and charged. You want to jump in, Boom Farms? It's always fun to get a little mingo going. Just
Need a little
saying.
boom in the life.
Yeah, exactly. Who doesn't need a little boom in their lives? Fuck, that's right. That's a good one, Smiley. Well placed. Well played, Smiley. Yeah, I had a pretty good day today. Not bad, for all things considered. Got a little bit of rest. Got a, bright sunny day. Nice day here in Michigan, at least up here.
Yeah, we had a gorgeous day too. Kind of ended off with like some thunderstorms last night and cleared out. Beautiful. It's supposed to be gorgeous tomorrow too. Digging it,
Yeah,
man. Spring finally, dude. We need it. Everybody's going mad with this quarantine shit. And no, you know what I mean? It's like we got to get out and do something.
Sifter of Gold. Good night. Thank you for popping in. Always appreciate y'all. What up, Canada Trooper? 420,
Wait,
420.
chat got all lit up, man, when they were talking salts and organics there. I was kind of like, yo, holy shit. We're going to have to do a debate show.
420 says he shouted me out to Diego. Dago. Huh. That's
Doggo
pretty
that.
cool. That's pretty damn cool. Appreciate that.
Yeah, any of them guys in the round table would be kick-ass interviews.
Right on. I keep poking Pedro for a second appearance. Says yes. Ain't lined him up yet. I don't think I've reached out to Dago yet. Diego. However, which you want to pronounce that. Most people goes both ways.
You got 365 of them to fill, so there's a lot of spots there, boss.
Oh yeah. You're killing it though. You're getting it. You're getting there.
Yeah.
Knocking them down day by day.
Oh yeah, man. 5 years from now, it's gonna be who was on Eagle. You know, if you weren't on Eagle, wouldn't be nobody.
Ah, that'd be something. That'd be something. I'm gonna put the dedication into it. That's for sure. Most people will be surprised how fucking far it goes before it skips. I think, especially when I got a fucking guy like Smiley ready to pull it down once in a while if I have to. Once in a great while if he's willing.
I'll
That'd be
fumble
pretty
through
bad.
it. I honestly though, man, I still would put that back on the chat because I legitimately was not nervous a bit about it. I just thought, you know what, Eagle needs this. I'll volunteer and somebody will fucking help on or chat will, you know what I mean? Like chat will support it. Like it's, I don't know. It wasn't. I didn't have that in mind at all. It was just let's do it for Eagle.
I appreciate it, man. That was pretty awesome of you and everybody to tune in that night. And I was proud. I was really proud.
Yeah, man.
Did I send him the numbers? I don't fucking think I did. Goddamn.
Boom.
I copied them, but I don't think I sent them. And dude, it's like, uh, I shouldn't even need attention. I should have like a set number, but I'm afraid to. I'm afraid somebody will figure it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some
Oh,
people do have like a set number. You know what I mean? That is like interchangeable night after night after night after night. But I don't know. Could be dangerous.
speaking
Could
of
be
the
dangerous.
sound bites, shout out to American One. He's talking about the sound bites. I was gonna suggest to you, Eagle. Is there a separate way you can record just that, or otherwise you're gonna have to go dig through 100 fucking episodes to find where that soundbite is to try to steal it. I wonder if you can just when they do them.
Oh, I can. Yeah, I can
Cool.
start and stop it and just record for just that instance. And thank you for making me feel like an idiot, Smiler.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to help, man. At least the second half you won't have to.
No, it makes complete fucking sense. It does. Yeah. It'd be like recording them all like back to back to back to back anyway. But no, I'm an idiot. I'm gonna totally at this point. I'm not even gonna fucking like computer do it. You know what I mean? This is how low tech I'm gonna actually do it. I'm gonna fucking set it up in front of this fucking my camera on a fucking tripod, my fucking phone or whatever, and I'm just gonna line them up. Pause, start, play, pause, start, play,
Dude,
pause, start, play, pause, start, play. Blah, 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 blah,
that's like
until I get them
old
all.
school. That's like old school high school or teenage sweetheart mixtape and shit, where you gotta fucking tape it off the radio and make sure you got the right start stop on it.
Well trained. That's my era. That's my era. Got this. I got this.
Do you know how much time I spent making that?
Made him alone.
Right.
Welcome, Boom Farms, man. You want to give yourself a shout out and say hello to everybody? Tell everybody where they can find you.
How's it going, everybody? Boom Farms on Instagram. That's about it. Find me there, and you'll find me here in chat.
Fuck yeah.
How's everybody doing tonight?
And in Canada somewhere too, they might find
Yeah, you'll find me in Canada too. Just ask for Boom. They know where I am.
I just want to say, if you're not looking, you're fucking missing out. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, he's got the Slayer uniform on as always.
Yeah. I've got 50 black t-shirts, and 30 of them are Slayer and 15 of them are Pantera, so it's one or the other.
There you go.
More of a reason to like you, Boo. More of a reason to like you.
So what you been up to, man? You off work for the weekend now?
Yep, off work for the weekend. I checked out the Grandmaster level show tonight, and that was about it. Yeah, had a little nap and woke up for that and watched about a half hour of the Grow Tube and was like, I gotta go to bed.
So I've gotten frustrated on the cleaning the dab rig, Smiling.
You did? He gave up?
Joni, frustrated. I said, fuck it. I got tired of the little dab pen, although it is charging, so I can throw it in my little travel box. I went and tracked down this little jobber here, which, God, I hate small towns. Have I ever told you guys that? I hate small towns. I love them and hate them. Love them, hate them. I've told a story one time that made me sound like a little sissy bitch about where the state trooper was standing behind me when I was trying to buy papers. And then even though it's legal and recreational and I have a card and all that good shit, I still opted not to buy papers with the state trooper looking over my shoulder, with that being pretty much the only single purchase other than lottery ticket I was buying that day. So I was like, yeah, I'll just take the lottery ticket and kind of, pass on that shit because it's a small town. But even worse today, when I'm like, I've got, some decent wax here and wanting to smoke it, that fucking pen's feeling me. Bummed out about that. And we again with the Yucca thing, or the Yucan, another liquor jobber. Got frustrated with that. So I go into the mom and pop smoke shop up here. Literally, mom and pop. The people who own this thing are like 70, 75 years old and have no fucking idea what the hell they've got in there. So I'm like, kind of like looking in the case and I'm trying to find something like a nectar collector and I didn't quite see it. She's like, well, can I just help you? I'm like, yeah, probably, I guess it might be just easier to ask. I'm like, I'm looking for like a nectar collector, almost like one of the like straw like things. And she's like, oh yeah. She busts out this like kit, like a 10-piece jobber glass. And I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck that is. I don't even know how to use that. I don't even want that. I don't even know. And then she's
It's
like,
always funny when
they-
the 70-year-old breaks out the super high-tech thing that you don't even know what the fuck to do with,
oh
right?
no, oh no,
What the
no, no,
hell?
no, no. She don't even know what the fuck she's got. Boom. She don't even know. She's like, I don't even know what the fuck these are. You know. And then they pull out. She calls over her husband. Oh, by the way, this is the same story, which he's got to be kind of hip, because this is the same store that I talked him into changing the papers, the raw 300 pack to 420. If you remember that story, same place. So he comes running up or wandering up, and he pulls out these silicone, these like little kits right here. It's like 2-piece. He had one with a little silicone tray, same similar bullshit. A little bit more. It's got a little dab tool with it and shit. Well, other than that, this is really all we got right here. And I'm like, I don't know. I guess that will work. And they're sitting there, they're like, you can tell they don't even know. They're looking at me like I'm fixing to go smoke crack with this thing in my small town. They're just like, oh God, here we go. I told you this shit was gonna happen someday. And I'm like, oh my God, you know, I'm like, it was fucking it was quite funny. So I ended up with one of the 3 things they had in the small town. They had this and one a bigger model of it, which looked ridiculous. It was like a 3-piece, this busted in half. It looked like if you're an old enough smoker, you remember the football fucking bongs you could throw that the joint was inside. You could like squeeze it and take a hit, and, like kind of wing it over to your buddy. You remember them fuckers? That's what this thing kind of looked like, man. You could crack it in half, then you could shove this in there. I was like, I don't know, that don't look too good there. So I settled with this piece of shit here. Got home, took a couple dabs with it, and was like, that metal tastes like shit. Oh, how's your? Do you like your metal one? I wasn't too happy with that. But I guess, do you have to season them at all? That's another
I don't
question.
know. I just got that one at an event for like $10 or something. Just
And
to
you
have
use that pretty religiously? Has it gotten better?
That's the only thing I dab. I don't like bangers. I don't know why. I don't like them. They get
I
too
don't
hot,
care for it
and
either.
they always burn too much in them, and you fucking, I don't know. I like the little nectar collector. If anything, I'd want one that's got a little water bubbler in it. I think that'd be kick ass.
I definitely like a little water perk to my pipes and stuff like that, especially for dabs. I've done dry dabs before, and something about it, I just feel like I'm waxier in my throat afterwards. But that is something nice about the nectar collectors is you can just touch how much you need, right? As opposed to getting a scoop and throwing it in the banger and finding out, oh, I got way more than I fucking needed. It's still going. Nothing I can do about that now.
Yeah, you
So
sit
much
there
more
hitting it,
economical.
hitting it,
Sorry.
when your lungs fucking burn for the next 20 minutes.
You get a quarter of the way in and, oh God. 3/4 of a dab still smoking away.
For me, it's about being the cheap fucker and really stretching that out. You know what I'm saying? So what I ended up doing, guys, being the fucking craftsman and the fucking cheap fucker I am. This is the old one. Dun, dun, dun. This was used to be the dab end. You know what I mean? The he overheated that bitch and it cracked and busted on me. So I fucking what I did now, that end's too fat for the dab. So what I did was I kind of like broke her off clean, and then I took her over to the fucking grinder. Cleaned up that end, and fucking I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna flip it around. So this side is back, you know, is perfect for the using for a straw. So I'm just gonna use the ass backwards. I'm back to this bitch. Back to the quartz, which I'm gonna enjoy right now after that story. Cheers, boys. Cheers, fellas.
Jeez. That's funny. Warlock in chat's loving your impersonations again. Ego. You're killing it with the impersonations, man.
Nobody does a 70-year-old lady like Eagle does. Perfect.
Oh my God, boo, that sounds so wrong. That sounds so fucking.
I never even heard it in my head. That's perfect.
That's the one the kid did not come out the way you intended.
Boom, all trying to just date me and shit. Nobody's laying it down still at 70 like Eagle.
Knocking the dust off her. Oh shit, man. It's fucking funny. I don't even know where to go with it.
Knock the wig off that shit.
I was trying to fill in the air. I couldn't even think of nothing to say.
Yeah.
I'm just picturing that. Fuck, what show was that with where you had to pay the rent? It was Woody Harrelson and the fucking old lady that paying the rent and shit.
Chasing the old silver fox.
Time to pay the rent, buddy.
Oh shit. That's fucking hilarious. You rolled some fatties with them things, boom.
What are the
Oh
blues?
yeah, I'll stretch a paper.
What are the blues? What size are them? Or is that a Canadian thing?
Those are the 1.5 inches, aren't they, boom? 1.5 inch cut corner.
Oh.
Yeah, they
Oh, the
don't have a
patties.
size written on them anywhere I can see them. I think they're 1.25 inches. I don't know.
1.25 inches are the oranges, so 1.5 inches would be the next ones up. Here, I thought
I've seen them joints.
Is that
boom.
the orange or is that the white?
Those are
That's
the,
1.25 inches. That's
Yeah,
1.25 inches there. Is
Well,
it the same size as that?
Same size. Yeah. Just the blues is what they had at the grocery store.
oh, okay, different
Yeah.
brand.
When the
Are they
COVID
weird?
hit, guess what went fastest? All the tobacco products in town were wiped out. So all they had was 2 packs. 2 packs of this. I got a price story for you. They had 2 packs of the blues. They didn't have any whites. We normally smoke whites. I prefer the blues, honestly. I tried them for the first time. So they came to $6.66. That's the lady goes, "Oh no." Fucking boom. I was so stoked.
You scare? She look at you funny.
They look at me funny anyway. I walk around in the winter with my shorts on. Don't give a fuck, right? I'm not wearing a coat. If I'm not going to be out there for 4 hours, it's, 30 seconds to the car, 30 seconds to the store. I don't need to get dressed up. Makes you weak. Got to be ready for that cold weather, guys.
Makes you weak.
It's like 37 up here. I've got my shorts on. That's spring for me. I'm like, hell yeah, that's short weather right there. Shit.
I mean, I'm cold all the fucking time. I like it in the 80s.
Look at you. You're inside and you got a sweater on. No wonder. You got to start, walking around in your shorts, getting used to it. I didn't like cold showers the first time I took one. It takes about a month, but then you're fine, right? But that month sucks.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think a cold shower would suck even after a month.
It's not fantastic, but
No?
you deal with it better.
Yeah, I hate cold water. That's funny because we used to have snowmobiles all the time when I was growing up. So like out cold weather, I mean, I remember it being like 10 below, and we'd go out in t-shirts and fucking fire up the snowmobiles and shit. And like you say, you're just going out for a minute, you wouldn't even worry about it. And then I started racing, and I raced cars during the summer for 7 years actually. But when you're in that hot suit, race suit and a helmet and all that, like 90-degree weather, and you're sitting in the fucking car waiting to go out on the track. And yeah, like after like 2-3 years of doing that, it was like my body acclimated to being hot, and hot weather doesn't bother me at all. Like I can totally function. But the minute I'm super sensitive to it being cold, like it's weird. Shifted totally.
Yeah, I do not do well in the heat. I'm not a fan. No thanks.
So I guess you do.
So-
activate.
Yeah, I guess. Do you? That's what I was just getting ready to ask Boom there, because
I
I
didn't
know
catch
I'm.
that. What are we asking?
Do you like acclimate basically? I mean, because it's weird. I was just saying this today, or it was yesterday rather, that because I'm right there with you. I'm quick to jump on that short span as soon as I can, and for some reason, for me, that temperature is pretty low. Like I said, usually around 37, 40. I'm not going to outside and shoveling, but I'm definitely, if I can, going into the grocery store or whatever, I'm hanging in the house in shorts. That's for sure. But then it warms up a little bit to like springtime temperatures. You know what I mean? And then it dips below 50, and all of a sudden you're like, "Fuck, man, it's cold. I better throw me some sweats on and shit." Get through that like almost backwards period there, where for a brief minute you want to cover up before it comes summer again, even though you had shorts on at 40. Weird how that works. For me.
Goddamn, Boom! You get every little millimeter out of that. Notice I had to
It's
use.
amazing.
When metric for me, I appreciate it. We measure things in inches up here still too. Like I was a machinist, right? So I'd everything would be in inches, and then you get the millimeter job, and it'd be like, Jesus, now I gotta divide everything by 2.454, whatever the hell it is for the conversion to work out. Yeah. The only thing we do in kilometers is long distance, really. So I'm still working with a 4x8 sheet of plywood, but I drive 100 kilometers per hour on the highway instead of 60 miles per hour. It's confusing as fuck. We got to do something about this shit.
Yeah, I agree, man. It was stupid. When I was an auto mechanic, it was
Yeah.
like, dude,
Dealing with metric and imperial threads too. What a motherfucker that is. You ever get a part that's got both and then a left-hand thread in it? God damn it, is this ever going to be confusing to keep straight? Man.
Oh, they do that shit on purpose, though. It's a money racket because
So
they work with the automakers to come up with a new bolt, and they'd come up with a new bolt design, and all the technicians would have to buy that fucking tool. You know what I mean? So then the tool companies are like in cahoots with them to come up with a bolt that they got to sell.
Yeah, and then I can't change my oil. Like the new trucks, you can't even look at the engine. There's like a big plastic shield on the top of everything. So you can pull a dipstick and you can top up with oil and you can put your washer fluid in. And that's all the fuck that's going on under that thing.
That's all they want.
Goddamn weeds got me stupid. So let me get this clear. There's two things you measure in metric: miles and dicks.
You definitely want to measure your dick in metric. It makes it sound way bigger.
There's no fractions at least, right?
I throw out a centimeter like thing, but I don't want to like come out with like 4 inches. Just make that sound impressive. I don't know the conversions off the top of my head.
Much more impressive than centimeters. Much more impressive.
That's funny. It's fucking 8,000 millimeters, baby.
Oh shit. Been a good night.
I got a question for chat. We'll see who everybody that rolls joints, do people use crutches in their joint, or are you just twisting them up like a savage and moving on with it? I got to put a filter in my joint or else it ain't right.
Oh, I got one built up.
So how do you go back and put them in there, Boom? I don't. I'm a savage. I'm smoking
You
hogs
just twist
without
them
a
up?
fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hit my joint with a little poke. You see that? There's a little space there. I'll roll it up and stick it in there.
Is that what the clipper's for? I just fucking figured that out. These clipper lighters. Is that what the clipper's for? Is to just look to
Yeah,
put that filter in there?
joint poker. I got a dab tool here that I'm using the back of.
Yeah, I cheat, man. I gave up on. I rolled too many of them. I just I use the auto roller. It's quick and easy, and I get them really consistent. And it's funny as fuck. I get more compliments on how well I roll now that I use that.
See, for me though, it's just I'm using the filter because I don't necessarily want to eat the weed. So the way I've eliminated that is to fucking throw that fucking grinder away. For one, because it ruins your fucking weed. That's what I think. And for two, you eat it. You know what I mean? It's ground up so far, it's easy to inhale. I've always, since as long as I can remember, people used to bitch about it back in the day, have rolled chunky fat dudes. Barely broke up. And I think that's it slows the joint down.
I think they taste better like that too, because every
thank
little
you,
ball you get's got fresh weed in it, right? Whereas mine's all ground up, so by the time I get to the end of my joint, it's already roached, right? Because it's been that little bit of weed. There's no fresh weed there. It's all completely resonated up. I
You
agree.
done released all the terpenes and all that shit, grinding them up.
It depends though, because like some of them terpenes you don't even get until you grind it up. So like, you know what I mean? It's like you
They're
start
there.
up, you gotta, that's when they release and you can kind of get that smell from them too. So
yeah, you're kind of activating them when you give them a grind. It's like, go to your pantry and take some basil and put it in your hand and give it a smell. Give your hands a rub together and give it a smell. You've heated it up, the oils, right? So you smell it a little better. By the time you put fire to it in a joint, you're going to get those terpenes out of there.
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. I'm not a big fan of the chunky. My older brother rolls them that way. It must be something about your era, Ego.
That's the other thing. Go ahead, Boo. I'm sorry.
They don't seem to burn as nice either, right? Like your ash looks a little bit darker on those chunky ones, I always find, because you're not like completely incinerating it like you are out of the grinder, eh? But it's not a comment on the flush, right? Yeah. It's just you're burning a bigger chunk of material, so it doesn't burn as evenly, right?
But again, sorry, Boom. Go ahead.
They do taste better to me too. I'll stop now. Go.
Oh, in my case, especially in the bigger joints, without a filter there, I go even bigger hunks. You know what I mean? Than I would on a smaller joint, man. Almost like fucking popcorn size. You know what I mean? Just packing small buds in there almost. Because then you're not eating them. Pieces are just so big, they're not passing through. You're not sucking them up. You don't need that filter. It's almost its own filter.
So you just raw pack your bowls too, then, Eagle?
Like I don't smoke a lot of bowls.
Take a junk and just shove it in the bowl, or do you break it up to put it in the bowl?
Depends on time, really. I guess if I had my ultimate choice, I would break it up slightly. Again, just chunky, as minimal as possible to get it, good smoke on it. Again, I try to use bowl etiquette. I'm not trying to fire that whole bowl all at once. I'm trying to work it over. And again, chunky bowl does that best. A couple just hunks in there, 3-4 good hunks in there. Let one catch the other on fire. You know what I mean? Start a little chain, but yet keep a fresh taste in there.
It's all opinion. I think it's good conversation. That's all. I'm a little torn on it. My kids would always yell at me and have it ground up a lot more, and other friends like it that way. But in a bowl, I'm with you. I like the chunkier, but in a joint, I like it to burn real smooth and even.
I used to have a buddy that used to take it right to dust. He put it in one of those coffee grinders and just hold it down and shake the piss down. It's like, that's too much, man. That's too much.
It's not like dust. It's like crumbly, though. You know what I mean? It's bigger than sand,
Yeah, I'm the same way. My buddy, though, he was crazy about it. He wanted it, just as fine as he could get it for whatever reason. You get a hit off one of those joints, though. It's like the powdered milk in the flame, how it just whoosh. Those joints would go quick.
Yeah, if you got one of those grinders that doesn't have like the drop through catch part, I mean, where it's just like the little mini ones. I mean, you're just gonna do like a couple half turns and you're done. You know what I mean? Like it's not. Some people will sit there and grind on them, and no, you really are just trying to break it apart a little bit.
Shout out to Dirtman Dan, tonight's guest. Checking out the chat tonight. It says peace out, everybody. You had a fun time on the show tonight. Not as much fun as I had having you on the show, brother. Not as much fun as I had.
Like these little cheapers.
Them are good ones there for a quick breakup. And again, you don't even press it. You just kind of
and you just give it and you're done. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Them are decent.
Yeah, I pull about as much out of the top of my grinder as goes through my holes. I got a ceramic tooth grinder, eh? That's kind of neat. Figure that's better than aluminum.
I just figure you're trying to dumb it down. That's the only thing I don't like about the weed, grinders is that one. I do like those ones, and they're like who the fuck had one the other night?
Canna Trooper had that little wooden one with the
wood one. Yeah. Them are a great one. Them pins, it helps just rip it apart just barely. Them are a great one. That one's Smiley's got just that's close. I mean, that's a better one. I like that one. Again, another reason I like that one, Smiley, is because I'm not 100% dumbing down my weed. As I break that up, I'm tapping that shit back onto my joint. That's your nuts, Boom. Come on, man.
Trying to get a good angle on the joint standing up. My joints have to stand up on their end. If they don't, I have to destroy them with fire immediately.
Oh shit!
We're lucky I had pants on. Fuck, this is internet. I could be doing anything from the neck down. You wouldn't know.
Right on. Thank you. I'm all like, where are you going?
I was moving the camera. I go, am I gonna have to show my balls to get this low enough? And you go, like, that's your nuts, Boom. I was like, motherfucker.
Thank God you don't have an angler, brother. Jesus Christ.
That was a major look for sure. That's funny shit, dude. Oh my God.
Yeah. Talk about wanting to take. That's one way to change the subject, Boom. If you didn't want to talk about grinders, you didn't have to show us your nuts, brother. Just say no more grinder talk. Done with it.
Mystic Marks in the chat. Boom balls. Reminded me of Grandpa.
One of the moments where I'm just wishing I could have been staring at chat.
Oh, funny shit, man.
God damn, where are them red boxes when you need them?
Oh, that's giggly shit, man. Killing me.
Oh yeah, I'm back in for another dab. I enjoyed that shit.
Fucking crazy.
Oh man, I don't even know if I want to try that metal thing again. I think that might just be in the travel kit. Oh damn, I should probably mic off on blasting torch.
I worry more about the silicone than I do the metal usually. Sometimes, if you spend $14 on a titanium nail, you probably don't have a titanium nail. But so the metal could be bad too. But silicone, I don't know. I always got nervous with those silicone pipes. Just like those cellulose papers, those clear papers. I don't care what you say. That shit's plastic. I don't want to smoke that.
I agree. They burn like plastic too.
They burn like shit. They taste like shit. They look cool as fuck. What else? I mean, that's all it is. They look so cool. The first time I saw a clear joint, I was all about that.
I wasn't. It kind of made me feel like, I don't know. Made me feel weird, like I was smoking it out of like a burning plastic or some shit.
Yeah. I felt the same way when I smoked it, but when I saw it, and it's like, look, it's clear. I was like, wow, that's cool. And it's just cellulose. Yeah, cool. And then you light it, and it's clearly melting. It's like maybe it's 20% cellulose. I don't know.
Yeah, the papers kind of matter. I've been a fan of these like hemp ones, these zigzag hemp ones.
Speaking of them clear ones, boom. I was like, I forget what year it was. Back when everybody got along, it must have been about 15. I'm looking at posters, yeah, probably about 15. Uh, Ocean Grown Boys and Med Grower One and Tight. It's that year they all come up and had that barbecue for the cup. Remember that?
Yeah. Shout out to Charlie's Farm in the chat.
I was just trying to look him up. I hooked up with them guys that year and partied down with them, and I fucking passed them a bunch of blunts rolled up. We were smoking them that day, anyways. Is right when them cellulose came out, and I passed them a bunch of those. And their video right before they left Flint that time, they show them all smoking one of those blunts. As they recorded the video, they're all standing in a circle smoking that blunt, a clear blunt. I always thought that was pretty cool. Even after meeting them there, you know, watching that video, I was like, "That's my joint. That's my joint right there. I gave that fucking joint." That was funny.
Fuck yeah, man. I was shaking when I got to show Kevin Jodry some of my Blue Line Pie. And I was like fucking shaking holding the jar out for him, dude. I was laughing about it later. I was like, I guess I was starstruck. I didn't feel it, you know what I mean? I was talking to him earlier too, a couple different times. He was around the whole weekend or whatever. But then all of a sudden when it came for him to look at my weed, I was all fucking... Dude's a legend though, man. Fuck.
Yeah, is it starstruck or is it respect? You know, the level of respect. You know, that mean that you're so just nervous. That's the reason for nervousness.
Right. I mean, there's no way he would have given any criticism, but I mean, honestly, I think that would have helped me the most. That would have been what I'd want, actually. But I think there were other people around and shit. He was probably just... That's what it is.
Kind of like the other night when I believe it was Tommy Trichomes. That's nice clean ash there, boom. Fucking was talking about when he had met Jinx, and Jinx didn't necessarily want to take his sample because he was pulling out, couldn't take it with him. And I kind of respect it, you know, that level too, you know, rather than it's the same thing I told him that night, you know, rather than him look you in the eye and go, okay, yeah, this is great. I'm going to smoke this in a little while. Then watch him fucking, you take 2 steps and watch him fucking hand that to somebody and, you know, give it away or just fucking chuck it. Then you're going to lose complete respect for him. I'd rather have somebody look me right in the eye and go, listen, I'm leaving in 2 hours. I'm getting on a plane. I can't take this with me. As much as I'd love to smoke this, sorry. You know what I mean? I got more respect for that than, you know, the other.
Yeah, I don't think Kevin smokes with anybody, but if you think of it, he's probably anywhere he goes, people are probably like, hey, fucking wanting to smoke weed with him. So, I mean, I don't think he smoked weed with anybody there. He just hung out in the smoke room and he'd smoke his own joint. But he's been at so many fucking events. That's probably been the norm for him for a while, is to just have his own joints to smoke and not pass them, not, you know what I mean? Like, them guys are getting sick from that shit out there.
I don't hate everybody smokes their own joint. If you're hanging out and you need me to roll you a joint, I'll roll you one. But I do like having, you know, some people hit their joints super hard, you know. Sometimes the way people light them, I'm not a good smoker. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I don't smoke well. So if you ever noticed you put a joint out and you light it again, it doesn't taste the same. If someone else likes the joint, the way they lit it, I can taste it's different. You know what I mean? Like they over torch it, they don't get it going. Some guys don't notice it, right? The savage over here, I can see Eagle in the corner going, I don't know. But he's not rocking a filter either, so he can't be trusted.
Right, he can't be trusted. He can't be trusted, he says. That's fucking fun. Well, you know, there's something to that, really. But I don't know about the way it's lit. I guess maybe there could be something of that. But you're definitely right about that. After you put it out and it's been lit again, it definitely don't taste right at that point. But again, you know, and again about the way people hit it, I'll give you that too. You got some, you know, people hit it. Yeah, you don't want to hit it after that. But I like the act of passing it. There's something, you know,
There is
about the
something nice and communal about passing it around a circle and everybody sharing it, right? But like I said, I'll roll you one here. Have have yourself a boomstick. Go for it.
Yeah, that's what 420 was saying too. Like, you know, you don't pass a beer around in a circle. You know?
Exactly. Yes. 420, 420. Yes.
So it does make some sense, and that's kind of what how I've been treating it. Because like I'll normally hang out with my patients and like, you know, have one to burn with them, sit and chat, see what's going on, if there's something else they need or whatever. You know, like now I roll two and they get their own and I get mine. You know what I mean? So it's just the adjustment I'm kind of making for it too. But I got a grandson, 5 months old. I don't want to pass nothing along, and I don't want to not be able to go see him either. So thought you froze, Ego.
No, I was just reading. Good morning, Alex. How you doing? I got a couple great guys on now. I can venture off and read chat a little bit. Little easier to pay a little more attention to chat.
Community orgy for real. What's next? Probably some people would be down for that. 420. I don't know, man. Why not now? Everybody's freaked out on shit.
I just think it's like that, you know, smoking each other, you know, each one's fine, but it just seems like it's you know what I mean? You could probably get just as high without, you know what I mean?
Get way higher if you have two joints going. It's a race now. Go. Try to beat me.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then again, you know, I talk about like, it could be a waste. This comes from the guy that smokes 2-3 joints in the morning. You know what I mean? It might just be easier just fucking burn one just by myself and fucking call it. Might actually even be a time saver. Probably a time saver. Instead of burning 3 in a row, one right after another, one to yourself's got to be a fucking time saver.
Yeah. Yeah. You ever get like the tickle too, the little smoke tickle, but you get it after you've passed the joint and you know all you need is like just a little, just to even that tickle out and you'd be good, but it's got to go through 3 people and the second guy's telling a fucking story, not smoking the joint. I'd like to have my own.
Right on. I'm guilty of bogarting a joint at some point or another, telling the story. I'm the storyteller. I can be a storyteller.
You're the monologuer. Can't do
It
it.
happens, man. You get high, you forget what you're doing. And oh shit, I'm supposed to be passing this. Sorry, guys. You know, you sit at home smoking by yourself all day, and then you are finally with a couple people.
Johnny Bell says that moment you get that wet joint, and that's right too. You're supposed to like play that off too, like you're not like, oh man, did you just really hate me this sopping wet fucking joint. Every time you're just supposed to go, fucking Jesus. It's all right, this time, but Jesus, watching you.
Yeah, that is gross. No fat lip in it.
But I guess what? All right. I will give you guys some
It's like double dipping a chip. It's not all right.
some credit there. If
I
I'm
want my
gonna
own
go
bag
do a
of chips
tip,
and dip too, Smiley. I ain't sharing. Fuck off.
I'm gonna go in a different direction with you guys and your fucking tips. And fucking if I were going to go through a tip, you know, pack that filter on there, I would almost rather use maybe a glass tip or that fucking fancy joint holder. Like I still have a Toadstone
I
to
kind of
this
want
day.
one of those long, fancy joint holders, one of those Corella DeVille joint smokers. I think that'd be badass.
The one
I
that
weird.
on the outside, the ones that you try to roll inside would be a bitch, I think.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
gonna say that I've got 2 glass filters and I've used them once. I've got 2. I've used 1 ever. Yeah, I can't roll a filter into a joint. I'm not that talented. The guys that can roll it in, that's impressive, man. I don't know how you're doing that.
Well, the duckbill ones
Voodoo.
are worse. Get the normal round tip or like a straight barrel one. Like for them, you can put it in a roller, or it's easier to roll. Because even when you're holding it in your hand, that duckbill, when you're trying to do it, it always hit my finger. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, you couldn't get the
Yeah.
full tuck and roll with it without hitting your finger.
Yeah. See, I can't make that tuck and roll thing happen. That's the secret to Boom's joints. That's why they're like that. I'm not rolling shit. I'm just folding that paper so it just touches. I can't get that tuck thing to work to save my life. So
How
I
do
just
you
gotta.
get that? How do you get it all around like that so it's packed in there? Like you got to be doing something.
I'm squishing it down, right? Like I'm packing it in there, but I'm more stuffing it into the paper than I'm rolling the paper. And then I kind of get it to the point where it's just that I can just make a touch, right? That's why they're huge like this. I'm not talented enough to roll.
Going back to like, if I gotta have something like that, then I think it's right here. I've got a couple of them actually. If I'm gonna do that, I'd rather go to the bottle or maybe a glass tip or a fucking Toadstone, to where it's gonna be somewhat my filter. I'm not pinching the end, you know, which to me that's the whole fucking reason for that filter right there, is keep that end opened up. It isn't necessarily that I'm worried about eating the weed, it's to keep the end opened up. But then again, you get to that point where I've always wondered, how much am I heating up the fucking paper with the fucking cherry? How much of the, that's always hit my brain a little bit, to where like if you were going to put it in like something like this that would hold the joint, that were glass or a Toadstone, you can chief that bitch right down to zero. Oh, practically, and just that little whatever's left and be done with it. And it's pretty clean all the way down.
The father-in-law uses like a pair of locking pliers, like a pair of long needle nose forceps type things, right?
Still sucking the fuck out of them things, though. You know what I'm saying? Lipping the shit out of it.
Mystic Mark says the homeboy or girl may have eaten a dirty ass just before smooching your doobie. I ain't judging, just not looking for a nookie ookie. That's good, man.
End up with pink eye after you smoke your joint because you got over top of it and took it in the eye.
It's true, man. You really, you'd have no clue what people just fucking did right before that, Some truth.
That is funny.
So they lifted our social gathering bans thing here. This is our long weekend, eh? So everybody's allowed to go camping. So that's big news for us. We're allowed to go camp now. Guess what I'm going to be doing this weekend? I'm not camping.
I'm not camping.
I'd be happy with that if I could meet my fucking tattoo guy at the fucking campground.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aldridge. I don't know that's what we were talking about there. That's a little TMI. That's the joint you're not getting shared with, man. That's funny. Chat cracks me up, man.
I missed it. What are we looking at?
Aldridge says, I'll lick an asshole if it's attached to a 10 or an 8 and I'm drinking, but I don't know. I don't know that was what he... You were the guy we were talking about not smoking with. That's what that is. You just identify yourself. That's all. I know, it's funny, man. Just jokes. It's all good.
We're treading down a deep, deep rabbit hole.
Come on now. Come on now. You go. Deep, deep, huh?
Deep. Deep. That's funny. What's in that green? Green. Oh, boom. That's gotta be boom. It's fucking some sweet ass hash. I'm
The
sure.
pipe? Yeah. We got some 73 micron bubble hash.
Would you get sick of smoking the joint?
Sorry, I didn't hear you smiling.
I said, what did you get sick of smoking the joint?
No, I finished it.
Oh,
She was to the bone. She's done.
my man.
I almost did that with Dirtman Dan. I was like halfway through that log, and I was thinking, man, I got dabs right there. But I was like, man, I don't want to be a quitter.
I hit the pipe in the middle of smoking the joint.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just take
we're
a
on
little fucking
TV. I
hash
try
break.
to do weird stuff like that every now and then. I'm like holding the joint. I'm like, I better smoke this too. That'll look good for YouTube.
Yeah.
So were them the same edibles from the other night?
I don't know if I had these ones last time or not. This is the improved batch. We got some citric acid for them. So now they're kind of sour. They don't quite taste just like the coconut oil. They actually taste, there's candy flavor to it. You'd almost like buy a pack of them if they didn't have weed in them. It's not quite there, but it's only our third or fourth try.
That last batch was obviously pretty good there.
Shout out to American One. He said it smells nasty deep in that rabbit hole. I was laughing too hard to even say it at first. It's fucking hilarious.
You could almost say that rabbit hole so big it's gaping.
Hopefully not, man. Damn.
Try not to shoot edible out my nose. Holy cow.
Right? Funny shit, man.
So what you got have up today in the garden, Boom? Do you have any garden activity you had to take care of today?
No, not too much. I went over and checked out a buddy's grow. Helped him take some cuts. Yeah. Showed him where to top some plants.
Toppy top. You take clones, you said?
Yeah. He had a strawberry snow cone that he's going to try to hold on to. Gorilla Glue, just seeds though, not the cut. But took a couple of those. And some AK-47. Just some bag seed that he's had. But I've seen him grow the AK before, and it's, it's a monster cola plant. It's like, whoa, that's a giant bud. I'm not a YouTuber, Johnny Bell. I'm on Instagram. Boom Farms. Boom_farms.
Every episode that he's on, there is always a link after the show. I can't put it in before, so after the show, I go back and slide all those links in. You can find anybody that's on the panel. You just click on that, and it'll take you right to their Instagram. I just realized for some fucking reason I had my camera off. I don't know, even though I didn't even know it was off.
Trying to deal with a greasy fucking round of girls to trim up. Holy shit. Going through gloves like madman.
What do you got? Just the unicorn poops that you took down, or?
Yeah, it's like at my house, in my basement, I do my pheno huntings, and then I took down like a round, so I have 3 different white cranberries, and that'll be the second time of them. Unicorn poop is one I took down for the second time here, but I already knew it was a winner first time. But so, and then what was the other one?
Boom ate 3,
Just
but yeah, that fucker's a trooper. He ate like 3 that other night, man. I thought he was gonna go down at one point, but he was not going down. You gotta admit, Boom, you were pretty faded the last episode.
Oh yeah, yeah. The last time I was on, I was fucking tired too. Yeah. I got a little bit longer of a nap today, so we're doing okay.
You were killing those edibles that night,
closed.
You were definitely doing some stringent research on the edibles that night.
Oh yeah.
The lab was working hard that night, that's for sure.
genetics.
Oh man, gotta love a good cup of coffee. Even at almost 3:10 in the morning, still good. Still good. Good night, Modern Genetics. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Appreciate it. Those 3, I bet. She says, I bet those 3 are nothing to him. I bet you can put them things down all day long, too.
I'm nothing compared to the wife. The wife's crazy. You can get no information out of her, though. Like, how did that work for you? How many did you have? She's like, I don't know, 5, 8. That's not a good range to tell me how many you had. 5 to 8. What? How high? How many milligrams? I don't know. 300 to 600. Like, geez, that's not information. Those are crazy guesses.
So, do you think that's attached to maybe like they say women's pain threshold is like pretty high up there? So, you think that has something to do with it? Because I've noticed
My
that
wife. Yeah, I don't know.
across the board with women that they're like fucking, they can take some edibles. They're like fucking, a lot better than most guys do for some reason.
Yeah, she definitely goes harder than me. I don't even try to fight it. She'll sit here all kinds of loopy, right, on edibles, and I get just a little bit like, ugh, I'm taking it out. See you in an hour. Yeah.
That's a comfortable place, though.
Oh, yeah. Just enough to get rid of the old arthritis, eh? For those
Holy
hands
shit,
to
where
go
are you,
numb.
Tim? He said 10 minutes till 4:20. It's only 3:20 or 3:12 here.
Yeah.
Where are you at, Tim? You in Nova Scotia? New Brunswick. PEI.
UK, so that's morning though. He's ahead of us.
Tim? Isn't he Canadian? That looks like
Yeah.
a Canadian flag.
Yeah, he's Canadian.
Oh man, my bad. I read UK. My eyes crisscrossed in chat.
Happens.
They were close. UK's right under Tim. Right under Tim.
Yeah. Cheers. Burn them down.
They run.
Yeah, a little
Okay.
bit.
Right on.
So where's that at? Is that East
so
Coast
it goes,
up?
yeah, East Coast goes Nova Scotia, then New Brunswick, and then there's a Prince Edward Island above that, and then it's Quebec, and then it's Ontario. So the 3 small provinces are Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI, and everything else is giant. Everything else is like Texas size for you guys. Where you guys have 50 states, we've got like way more land than you, and we've got like 14, I think, if you count territories. I'm a bad Canadian. I do not know the number of that we have unless I count them up. I think it's 14, but I'm not going through them in my head.
Ask any American to name all 50 states and watch them fucking go on that.
Yeah. I could do it, but it wouldn't be that hard.
So what are you saying? We're stupid?
No,
We can't do it? Most
I'm
of us
saying-
can't do it.
I'm saying 14 is a way smaller number than 50. I can't do fucking 50. I can go 50 generations deep on some lineages, but I can't fucking remember 50 people's names. I'm terrible for that at work. Like, what's that guy's name? Fucking guy that's worked there for 4 years that I see every day. No idea what his name is.
Hey, you guy.
Hey, buddy.
It's that guy. You know, he's always there.
Getting baked.
And it is definitely time to make that switch.
Switch.
Yeah, the summer to spring or winter to spring switch. I was getting ready to do it, then we got that cold snap. I better wait.
Got a
And
lot of
even
work.
as we speak, next week it's supposed to kind of get cold again. So I'm kind of on the
A lot
fence.
of work for you, Eagle.
No. No. For about full 10 minutes.
Moving the pipe.
Yeah. Right here, you probably see. Right there, see that hose that comes down?
Yep.
That behind that shelf there. Oh, shoot. God damn it. I can't do it. Okay. You can kind of see right there, that's a fan. That's a 10-inch fan.
Yep.
That's pushing it underneath the house into the to the heater, which is picking it up, dumping it through the house. And all I gotta do is that's actually on ratchet straps to A, kind of lessen the vibration, and B, kind of do what I gotta do. So all I gotta do is unscrew those, untape it and unscrew the metal bolts, and then right to there. See it? Ratchet strap that bitch, flip it over the opposite way, kind of just flip it, ratchet it up, put those screws back in there, and tape it. I'm ready for summertime. So I really don't have too much excuse not to fucking do it. Just haven't done it yet.
I don't know. You sound like you made up quite a few of them too.
I've done it a few times. Now what you got, Boom? I set the fucking camera in front of your box. There you go. Now I can see.
Just holding up a paper. Johnny Bell was asking me how much I put in the big paper. It's not a big paper. It's just a regular paper. I just stretch it to the limit.
So I'm always fucking up names and I enjoy it. So is that Johnny Bell or is that Joni Bell?
It's probably, I have no idea. Probably Joni Bell. I don't know. That's why I went with something simple.
I'm always fucking them up,
I
man.
totally
Sometimes
did.
I hate it.
I would totally say Johnny though,
Yeah.
because Joni would have a.
I got one from last night. Wob asshole, Florida. So Wob asshole for life. I seen it last night. I'm like, man, I ain't even trying that shit. And they fucking all breaking it down for me in syllables and shit.
That's hilarious.
Which I actually appreciated because it helped me get it right.
She said Boom Farm's correct, but I don't know what I was right about. I think maybe it's Joni. Just give us anything right now if it's Joni. It's going to take about 30 seconds.
You were saying Johnny, right?
No. I
Johnny.
think maybe it is Joni. So give us something right now if it is Joni. If it's Johnny, never comment again. I'm just kidding.
One wink for yes, two winks for no.
That's how high I am. I forget what we were talking about while we were talking about.
It's like Pat. It's Pat. No, I'm just kidding. Trying to figure it out. That's funny. Joan is Joa though, isn't it? Joan.
She said, "Why?" I'm still confused.
Yes, I think that means yes. It's Joni, not
Joni.
Johnny. We did it. Fucking the weed detectives. Good job, boys. Meanwhile, this is another case of Miss D's nugs. We're just fucking it up for weeks.
I did fuck that up for weeks too, man. Just in different segments too, just
Yeah.
from fucking one end to the other. Just that poor lady. It's funny.
These nuts. More big.
She's been a new one to the chat too. I'd hate to chase him off just by simply fucking up a name night after night after night.
From our inability to read.
Whatever, man. Stoners probably laugh about that shit.
Yeah, I know.
Especially like from another country or something.
She is. That's what I'll give her credit. I look back at Chad every so often. She has the record, but hands down for retracted messages. Not just tonight. Every night. I notice. And I always forget to mic off before I do that.
Boom, how do you dry your weed? Sorry, I'm changing the subject. I already know what Eagle's going to say, but.
Yeah, I got it hang drying, so probably tomorrow morning I'll go down and start working on that. So it's been the lowest it got was 49 for the first 2 days. I try to get it a little lower, try to knock off some of that initial water weight that's deep in the bud. And then after that, I try to keep it 55 to 60, somewhere in there. And it's, 18 to 20, somewhere in there. I'm thinking that's probably my next thing I buy is like a little tent and some kind of air conditioner. Just try to keep it real cool on the cure. Hold on to that terps just a little bit extra. But then I'll throw it in the bucket. We'll just buck everything off the branch, and I'll go through. I didn't go through and do my usual. Usually I go in on day 3 of the hang and take all the smalls off and freeze it for hash. So I'm going to let it go a little longer this time. She has retracted a couple messages. That's hilarious. But yeah, it goes in the bucket. You burp it 10, 15 minutes for the first week. 7 to 10 minutes for the second week. The third week, I keep it closed for 2 or 3 days, and then I go in and out. And
It's a variable, though. It seems like that's what I'm dealing with right now. So I had them hanging the last time, hung for 7 days, but it was a little colder out, so the house runs a little drier with the heat on.
Right. Now, I have the same issue.
Yeah. Now this time hanging, it went from having the heat on to like warming up outside and having thunderstorms and rain.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I have a little dry room set up, and I have a humidifier and a dehumidifier in there, and I have them both kind of like the dehumidifier points to out of the room. I guess I don't have it want it blowing on there, and I have one fan that angles at the floor, and I hang it from the ceiling, but it's like it oscillates just underneath them, so they just kind of shake when they're hanging there like that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You only go 7 days usually, or what?
yeah, I'm usually right around about 7-8 days. So like I'm 64 degrees, 58% humidity is about what it'll stay. 58, 59% humidity. And it'll go 7-8 days, but this time it's definitely, they're not quite dry yet. So
Yeah.
they're smokable in a joint, but it's like I can tell trying to buck the stem, you know what I mean? It's like the buds, they're not cracking right off, you know what I mean? It's not dry yet. So I don't want to bag it. Like that's kind of what I was getting at. I might throw it out on the rack, something like that. You guys were talking about that this past weekend about trying to preserve terps, like you were saying, but trying to almost bag weed when it's a little bit wetter. Or I say bag it, but put it in a jar, burp it, and then be more frequent at burping it, trying to.
Yeah. I'd almost say put it in
Yeah,
your container and don't put. I'd put it in the container without the lid on it. If it's still a little wet and it's still got that chlorophyll smell, and you put it in the jar, that chlorophyll smell is going to get trapped into the bud, right? You're going to end up with that little bit of hay. But you could, put it in the jar and have the jar completely open, and that would slow it down a little, right? Then you could turn it every day or two, or check up on it at least, right? See how quick it's dropping. But yeah, it's tough without like a completely controlled environment, right? I'm kind of at the mercy of what the weather's going to do to me. If it's too cold out, the furnace kicks on and shit starts drying out too quick, and it's hard to deal with a room, right? If I had it in like a small, like a 2x4 tent, and I could hang it up in there, then I figure, well, it's a lot smaller of an area. It'd be a lot easier to keep it right where you want it.
Like your dehumidifier, though, and your humidifier, you don't really want to have your dehuey kicking on and blowing at the bud, because you can throw airborne stuff. Because
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think you want your humidifier really doing a lot of work either, really. You know what I mean? Just adding humidifier water to the bud.
Yeah.
Shout out to Miss D's Nugs, whose ears were obviously ringing before she popped into chat and said hello to everybody. I can't believe that asshat fucking Ricky Bobby shows up night after night to throw me that thumbs down. Son of a bitch.
Can you see who those are? Or they don't do that? Yeah, can you see?
No, I wish I could. I really wish I could. I'm totally basing it off on goodbyes. Because I started seeing it, then I started watching a little bit. Now when I see the thumbs, because I could see it, I kind of look to see who just disappeared, or you know what I'm saying. I've got a good idea who it is. I've got a really good idea. I'm not saying.
Letting
They've got a nickname.
Not
They've
as
got a nickname
anonymous.
though.
No,
It's Ricky Bobby. That's their nickname. Someday I'll reveal it. No, I won't. That's my nickname for them. It's Ricky Bobby.
It's like the old board game Clue, man. Like where you got to figure out who done it in the living room with the candlestick and whatever.
Yeah, we all just got to watch that thumbs down, and when
fucking chat's gonna be on it now, man. That's funny shit. Like the mystery. Who? That's funny. It's supposed to happen. You want me to stop doing it? I can stop doing it.
Please, Smiley. It's got a roof.
To help you in the searches, I thought, or whatever. And the algorithm, it's good to have at least one thumbs down.
Yeah, that's true. I've heard that.
But I'll stop doing it if you want me to.
It's all that asshole talk.
If it's really taking it personal, I mean.
Boom's nuts.
I was just gonna say, it was everybody swinging on Boom's nuts.
Right.
It's fucking funny. Miss D's Nugs is like, what the fuck did I miss?
Well, you do have people on here so that we can all get to know them better. So apparently, Boom took that the wrong way.
Yeah, I got a little ahead of myself.
Smoking Grove Frazier, what's up, my friend?
It is fun shit.
What's 60? Missed it. Oh. Any thumbs up? 4 thumbs down. Holy shit. You guys. All right. It's last time I say some shit about that. Damn.
I'll try not to show you my nuts again. See if we can
Just
make this
testing your
happen.
character, Ego. You gotta be not worrying about the haters. The more haters, it just means you're getting more popular. That's all.
They decided they were just going to throw. They know who it is. They just decided to smoke screen the trail there. They're like, yeah, we got it. Now who is it? Now who is it? That's fucking funny as fuck. They're going back down. I love you guys. Oh shit.
That is.
I know I gotta fucking do some transplanting at some point tonight.
Yeah.
Washing pots. Not necessarily my favorite things to do. Gotta be done though. How do you guys like? Well, you can use the fabric pots, Smiley, don't you?
I use smart pots. I've been thinking about the easy swaps for the veg ones for sure. 'Cause that's the ones I'll transplant out of. I really enjoyed using them. That was pretty cool. It can be frustrating sometimes if the roots are real dug in, trying to rip them out of a smart pot, So it's easy to snap the sides down, fucking pop that thing out. That was pretty slick. I'll give them that. Oh, show. I didn't even look how much they are though, so I don't know.
UKSIF420 is trying to call me out with my fucking guest list. It's a little light. I got some gaps to fill this week. I have been off my game a little bit with the passing of my dad. I haven't been on it as much, you know what I mean? So I forget who's Monday. So there's like 3 days. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday is still up in the air, but I'm sure we'll be able to fill that. And I think it's okay. So where are we at? Friday. Today was Dirtman Dan. Tomorrow is Miss Nudie Grower, who is a Canadian female grower. Cool gal. Talk to her a little bit. And then tomorrow is Covert Law and possibly Rabbit Hippie. They could be together, or maybe not. You know who he is? That's Rabbit Hippie from Michigan. Smiley, you know who he is?
I've seen him in like Instagram, and I probably follow. I don't personally or have a clue who. They
Kind
would
of
be.
hunting down that the men cut there for Rebel. It's a pretty good cut, and amongst other things, he's a good grower. And Covert Extracts, part of Covert Extracts there. He may
Yeah,
be
I follow-
popping in.
I follow a lot of people on Instagram, and I don't know. I get lost sometimes in who I am or not. I'm not following, I guess. I don't know.
So then it's weed, smoking weed for you Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday I still got a lineup, and then Doctor's Budswell from Michigan. He's a Michigan grower, tester for Ocean Grown and Med Grower 1. And then Soulworth 25, who is an excellent grower and extract artist. He specializes in making bubble hash and rosin. He'll be on Saturday. So that's pretty much the next week. I've got a few lines. Hopefully the Soil King will honor his invite and pop in there sometime through the week. Fill either Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. I'm working on it.
So I feel bad right now, Eagle. You gotta take my wrench away and give it to Lexi or something. I don't understand.
Why?
Huh? I think she feels left out. I don't know. I understand that feeling, but you know what I mean.
Is she giving you a guilt trip about the ranch?
No, not at all. But I just think she would be better served with it. I'm not paying attention as much as she is.
Uh,
I don't even know how to.
Lexi,
I don't even know how to wield the power I have. That's how. You
oh
know.
my, like we'd all be timed out if Lexi had a ranch.
I have the same problem. I was trying to fix modern genetics thing. I didn't even get close. I tried hard and did nothing. I
I
couldn't
don't think
figure
so.
that out for the life of me.
I only think Lexi
Oh,
would like. She'd only like restrict like 4 or 5 people. Wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be everybody.
yeah, she would though. It was a lot of work to get modern undone too. Just as soon as I figured it out, I didn't save it. I I figured it out and went to take them off the list. I exited them off the list and then didn't click save. And then I fucking hit him on Instagram and was like, "It's all fixed, man. Sorry about that. My fucking sincerest apologies. Blah blah blah." And then next day I get a fucking message. It ain't fixed. Still blocked. I tried. And I was like, "Ah, shit." I went back in there. There it was. I was like, "Oh fuck. I forgot to hit save." I'm an ass.
I'm laughing. Lexi said you need to get timed out for your attitude. So maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, Lexi. I was advocating for you, but maybe I'm wrong. Talking back to your dad, that's not good. It's
I
not
know I have it set to gaming. What should I have it set to? What do you guys think I should have it set to?
set what set to.
The category. I have it listed under gaming. It could be entertainment or whatever. What do you think should be under? How to, gaming,
Gardening.
gardening.
I don't know. Entertainment.
I just figured since it was a live stream, they would leave it alone if they thought we were just like bantering back and forth on like a victim video game. I kind of figured they'd leave us the fuck alone. That's why I went to gaming. To be honest.
Yeah, I would think entertainment though. Maybe I don't know. If you're trying to avoid gardening, you know what I mean.
I
I
wasn't
don't know. I'd
trying to
look at some
avoid
of the
it.
other channels, see what the GrowTube has, GML, see what they're listed under, whatever they are. It's working for them, right? Maybe
Too
they do
bad.
the same
Too
thing.
bad.
I don't know. I definitely didn't find it by typing gaming. I know that.
Oh my god, I want to fucking talk about this. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this. It's hurting my feelings. It's hurting my feelings. God damn it. When I set out and fucking named this show, I just thought it was like a fucking edgy, little edgy, something to catch the ear, you know what I mean? But kind of a good term for a conversation, laid back term for a conversation. But oh my god, it could be just one of those things like when you buy a fucking truck and you fucking look around and everybody else is driving the truck. You know what I mean? Something like that. But oh my god, I've been watching a lot of shows and it seems like lately the term talking shit has been just like everywhere. I'm like, oh no. It's like in a bad way too. They're like not like in the casual term. It's like all these motherfucking shit talkers out there seem to be everywhere. And I'm like, oh come on, man. Come on. They said it, they did it tonight on GML like 3 or 4 times. I was like, I actually jumped in at one point. I was silent all night long. I didn't say nothing in chat. And then they were sitting there fucking jabbing at it. And I'm like, come on, damn it. Is it really fucking bad? As soon as I said damn it, everybody was like, hi, Eagle, hi, Eagle, hi, Eagle. I was just trying to stay, listen and do my work, but I, took it so many times I had to fucking say so. But is it just that? You know what I mean? I just bought that car. Now I'm seeing it everywhere. Oh man, it's got to be it. It's got to be it. I hope that's it.
I wouldn't worry about it, man. It's funny though.
You know how many times people say boom in a video? Boom, boom, boom. Happens all the time.
God damn, what was I watching earlier? Somebody came in on something and was like, boom, after their name. And I immediately thought of you. I can't remember what the fuck I was watching.
Marketing.
Something. And I was thinking of you too. I was like totally going, man, you just fucking ripped that shit right off of boom. If you only knew. If you only knew.
Did you typecast yourself into always doing the fist bump, blow it up guy now too? Like,
No, I've been doing this. This is always in my gift thing that I do. So boom is always what it was. But it's hard to be behind the camera and it doesn't work. Boo.
that's funny.
Oh man. I'm not enjoying this fucking silicone dabber.
No.
No. And I may have fucked up my fucking other one. It's like an idiot a minute ago. I fucking heated this motherfucker up from the end I was working on today, not the end I was supposed to be using. And this end I scored. Actually took a pipe cutter, which is similar to a glass cutter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I kind of gently, first pass, I tried to do it up here, but I ended up kind of chipping it off and grinding it. But down here, I did make it with score mark. You know what I mean? With at one point. Then I turned around, heat that bitch up, and fucking cracked it. I could see a crack already working its way through it. If you ever work glass, that's a good way to cut glass. And I shouldn't be telling people how to do this, but on thicker glass, and tempered glass, that's how they do it, man. They fucking score that shit like 4 or 5 times, and then they take rubbing alcohol and they'll dump it on that cut, and they'll fucking hit it with a match, and that heating it up, that temperature change in the glass will work right on that score, and it'll fucking pop, just like a fucking crack. You know what I mean? How it expands, but it'll follow that line just as clean as it cutting it will. So you just score, then heat it up, and fucking it'll just like clink. It'll just pop apart in one clean cut. And that's what it's trying to do now. It's trying to follow that scratch mark. And but it's going into the part that isn't scratch. It's just a matter of fucking time now. If I heat it up again with my dumb ass, if I light it up backwards one more time, she's probably fucking done. But she's cooled off and I can do a dab now. Fuck that metal thing. I just ain't getting that either.
Yeah. Mystic Mark says talking shit with Eagle is definitely entertainment. Cool, man. I'm gonna get out too. I'm gonna get off to bed, so I gotta get some shit done tomorrow.
And night, Smiley.
Yeah, man. Peace out, guys. Take her easy, boom.
Appreciate you jumping in, brother.
Yeah, man. Always. It's always fun. I love it. It's kind of good. Peace out, everyone.
Yeah, bitch. Peace out, man. Have a good night. Good tomorrow.
Later, Smiley.
There's something so much better about that glass, that quartz. So much cleaner. So much cleaner.
Yeah.
Tastier.
I don't know. I feel like if I just suck through the silicone thing, that I taste the silicone without heat involved. So adding heat to that, I don't see it being good.
No, it hasn't been a pleasurable experience, and I don't know if it's still maybe because it's like in that break-in phase, maybe. I don't know if they're using such a thing, but
Yeah.
it seemed like there should be with metal. It seemed like there still could be some kind of oils in there that need to be burned off.
Yeah. I would definitely like overheat the nail, like just separate the nail and, hold it with a pair of pliers and torch the shit out of half, just to burn anything that could be on there, off there.
Which I haven't done.
Yeah.
Which I haven't done.
I worked in a
I did-
machine shop. There's probably all kinds of coolant and shit involved with turning the piece, right? That can't be healthy for you.
Num,
Yeah. I worry about that kind of shit. I mean, I'm hitting a titanium nail myself, but I blast it. Night, Charlie.
Night, Charlie. That's a good guy there too. I don't know. I thought I sent him the numbers, but everybody's got work. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
Right
busy
there. He's
probably.
busy. Yeah. Marathon work tomorrow. Gotta give him props, man. He's holding it down. He's got a pretty big operation going there. He's holding it down by himself.
Yeah.
I know I've got a little bit of work to do myself, but I think I'm gonna take a couple more hits before I pop on.
Right on. Yeah. Yeah, I got to do some work tomorrow myself.
What do you got up for tomorrow?
I got to get everything jarred up. Tomorrow I'm taking it down. That'll be day 12, I think. Yeah. 12-day hang. Give that a try.
God,
Give me a little more room to burp the jars.
I've still got stuff hanging, boom.
Yeah.
I've just kind of looked at. I've wet tripped a lot of stuff. I still got some wet trimming to do. Put both of them aside and started doing some transplanting and kind of keep things going. But I still got a bunch of that shit to do. I keep looking at it, just shaking my head like, oh God. Why
Yeah, it's easy to say, oh, I could go another day easy. Yeah, it's only day 12. I could go to day 13.
It's that same attitude that got me in that mess, though, boom. Same attitude that got me in that mess. I was fucking found these things today. Kind of talked about them. You may have been on the other night when I was talking about them. Remember these fucking things?
Where, Lexi? What's that? Is that like a reclaim catcher?
These are like the thing first like single element or double element coils.
Vaporizer. Yeah.
Yeah. With the domes, the little fucking domes and shit. I always thought these were they worked pretty good up until, the shadiness of the coils.
That's what it is, right? It's also what was that soldered together with? Not lead, right? A solder
Right.
that doesn't have lead involved with it. You're gonna heat that up every time, right? Like, I don't trust much of this shit, right? I always worry about hitting that e-nail. Like, is this what's giving me cancer? Is it this part? What is it? Maybe the coil part? Like, something here is probably not great for me. What are you gonna do?
I wasn't digging the UCAN, that other electrical thing I was hitting the other night, or that fucking electric nectar collector. That thing was wouldn't suggest it.
No, it's hard to beat glass.
JD's got a good question there. Does anyone ever worry about beneficial insects spreading other viruses to vectors into the other gardens?
No.
I could see that, but no.
I don't use them, so I don't worry about it.
For the most part, most people usually, when they're like using natural predators like that, it's for like aphids or mites, and I don't necessarily see you wouldn't be using them for like PM or a virus. You know what I mean? I don't.
No, but I see what he means. Like, if
I could see it.
If you were
Is
using
that
them for aphids and they're traveling through the garden and one of your plants did happen to have powdery mildew and they walk through that and on to the next plant, I can see where that would maybe, but I don't know.
you're way out of control at that point?
Yeah,
You're fucking way out of control at that point.
you got bigger problems at that point.
And the other thing is, I've heard about that as far as that goes, is that they tell you not to bring in ladybugs and natural predators from the outdoors for that reason, because they may be carrying some type of virus. That might be what led up to the question there, is because they're able to
could
do
be
it
too,
from indoor.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
again,
don't know.
if that's a concern, your garden's way out of point at that point.
Yeah. All I ever really get is springtails.
Yeah,
But
I guess
I
this
don't
is the
get a
best way to
shit
put
ton.
it. If your fucking garden is that way far out of point, and you're gonna start pointing your fingers at fucking ladybugs while things are fucking whack and shit, goddamn ladybug spread the mess. I think you should be like, boop.
There are some
There's
places
a
though
fucking
where
problem
it's
right
tough to
there.
get rid of stuff, right? Like California is like everybody's kind of dealing with russets no matter what, right? It's hard to stay away from them because they spread them on the side of the road to keep the so they didn't have to pay people to run their whippersnippers in the ditches to kill off the weeds, and it spread to all the agriculture, and so California is
Do you
like hit
think
hard
that's
with
how
them,
it
right?
started?
That's the rumor, right? That's what I heard, but
That's what I've heard
you know.
too. But man, I can't help but think, oh,
The government
conspiracy
fucks something up.
going
I mean,
right,
never
going
gonna
right
happen.
down that rabbit hole. No, it's not. I don't think it's the government. Not at all. I think
No,
it's more fucking
some
big
dipshit
ag.
city planner that was like, "Oh, this is a great idea." Did some research. This thing will eat these plants, and then we won't have to pay. You know,
The
get them
same
real
people that
cheap.
are selling us those products are the same people that are trying to put us out of business.
Yeah. Well, that's how you get rich, right? You got to play every side of it. If you're anti-weed, you got to be selling
And
the
not
stuff
even,
that's growing
and then
weed.
think
Make
about it
money
on
there
another
too.
level, Ben. You just kind of touch base on it there. It fucking, they give us the problem, and then it's like big pharma. They fucking give you the disease, and then you're chasing it with medicine after medicine and medicine. Why not fucking give you mites in the fucking dirt? And they're happy to sell you the predators, the sprays, the fucking whatever, until you get discouraged to the point where you don't even want to grow anymore, and you'll just buy it from them. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Don't want to get too deep into conspiracy theory, but boy, the consistency of cocoa is going crazy. Apparently, there are lots of people having trouble finding cocoa and all that. Yeah.
It's definitely feeling the pinch around here, brother. And Kino said they were having a hard time getting shit from Hawthorne as well.
Kind of have to learn how to grow in peat again, I guess.
I got a couple good runs. This is all when this first started. I was smart and stocked up on a bunch of blocks, so I've got a couple good reuses of this shit before I can really have to panic. Which that's another thing I like the cocoa from. You know, I don't the cocoa. Oh, there's another good thing too is getting what the fuck you get, man. I have fucking been using my block cocoa for the longest fucking time. Let's see here, 4 years solid, easy. Ain't seen a fucking fungus gnat in this bitch. 4 years, not one, not one. Look, call it whatever you want. Call it whatever the fuck you want. But fucking, I stopped downstate and tried to get a bag of something finer for all the seedlings that I was using, because seedlings just don't necessarily like to go into that chunky cocoa. It's a fucking awkward transition for the seedling. So I got some finer shit, and I asked for the Coco Loco, and they were like, yeah, no, they're completely out of that shit. We're fucking out of everything. In fact, all I got is the nectar without the guano in it, plain white bag, which I thought, heard good things about fucking nectar. And so I snacked it up. And I fucking got home and I watched fucking, as soon as I cut that bag open, I fucking watched one of them little bastards fly out of that bag. I'm like, cocksucker, I don't miss this shit. Why did, you know? But it's all they had. That was the only fucking choice I had. That was literally all he had. And I was like, shit, guess it'll do. Got to plant seedlings tonight, and I'm 200 miles from home, and you're the only thing that's going to be open from A to B. Throw that shit in the back of the truck.
Yeah, gotta take what you gotta take.
That's
I got
the other
those
thing,
cocoa
too.
bricks once, and I was stoked on them. I was like, this is, $4 cheaper for, it doesn't quite work out to as much a bag is, but it's worth it, and the savings, and the work wasn't bad. But man, I had nothing but problems with that stuff. Just didn't work out for me.
The can of cocoa, that fucking can of cocoa, I bought blocks of that shit. I think it was 25 blocks one time because I went in, like, I like to fucking save money whenever possible. Clearance. If I'm buying more than one item, I'll fucking call a manager over. I will. I'm going to buy 10 of these. Can you give me a better fucking price on this? 10, not 1, 10. Can you give me mark down or something like that? And that's what I did on the cocoa. I walked in, seen a bunch of it, and I was like wanting to stock up. I was like, so, you're getting $10 a piece. How much fucking for, 20 of them, 25 of them? Got them down to fucking $6.99 a block. Take them all. Take all them bitches. And that shit was horrible. It was so fine, and that shit just held water like a sponge. I never seen cocoa hold water like that. I fucking started to fucking flower out in that shit. My plants went so stagnant. I never have ever had transplant in flower, but I had to pull them fuckers apart and fucking knock that shit out and put them in Pro Mix to fucking rectify my problem, because I watched him choke out in veg, and then I watched him really choke out in flower. I'm like, man, I got to do something. I'm
I
really
had the
counting on
same
this
issue.
harvest.
I chalked it up to cold at the time, but looking back at it, I was like, well, how come these plants did so much better than those plants? It's not like they were any colder than these ones were, and it came down to those were the last ones that got transplanted, so those were the ones these ones are the ones that get a mix, and these are the ones that just got the bricks. And you could see it, like, it was good, it was not so good, and it was death. And it was like, what the fuck happened here? Why? Yeah.
The American one, man, I fucking appreciate you popping in this chat on this show fucking more than you know, brother. You have a great night and awesome tomorrow, brother. I've seen Walmart. I actually have bought fucking one of them Walmart bricks. Fucking I forget what it's, garden house or some shit like that. This shit was terrible. It was terrible. Wouldn't suggest that shit. I added water to it and fucking just seeing that whoosh of like fine powder, and I was like, I took it right out into the yard. I was like, funk. I don't even want that shit. It wasn't.
I don't want my cocoa to be dusty. Just a little bit on the damp side, not wet, but enough that when you dump it out, you're not gonna get a big fucking cloud. I hate that shit.
I will buy my.
I don't use perlite either. No perlite in my system.
No, I'm not a fan of it either.
No, not a fan.
What do you use for aeration then?
Cocoa.
What do you just straight up?
Just cocoa.
A more fibery, longer strain.
Yeah, cocoa? I use the can of cocoa bags.
That shit ain't cheap either. They run micros in that. Is there any kind of micros in that, or is it just straight cocoa?
I think it's just straight cocoa. I don't think it's got any boost to it or anything. I've seen the amended cocos. not in person, but I've seen people use them, and I'm always like, so people have been talking about that lately. If you're adding, 1, 3, 4, or whatever the hell, and from your cocoa, you have to kind of take that away from your feed somewhere, right? Like, why do you want to? I don't know. You don't want to end up with a surplus of something and end up with a toxicity, right? So, I don't know. Something to.
I run straight cocoa, and I've
Yeah,
never run
exactly
into
right.
nothing like that.
But
I've never
there
mixed.
are like those super soil cocoa mix kind of things, right? Like an amended super soil or cocoa rather. Some of them are just like backed up with CalMag, right? But
Yeah.
I don't think Canna is. Some of them do have some CalMag, but some of them actually have some sort of a like a base nutrient system to them.
My chunky cocoa comes pre-charged with CalMag,
Does it?
and
Yeah,
with just a hair of micros, nothing that you still want to add to it, but there's still
yeah.
some there, small base.
Right on.
And but again, boom, I'm not running a high feed system either. It's like real minimal,
No,
quartered
yeah,
less than maybe a heavy quartered, not quite a half. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a 3/8 string
yeah. You know what I
all the
did this
time.
round was I tried to push stuff a little bit harder. Just try to go 100 ppm higher than I went last round. And I learned, for the fourth or fifth time, less really is more. Don't try to push it. Just kind of let it do its thing. You're not going to push it. You've got a better chance of burning something and fucking it up. Let it do its thing.
More of a chance of a lockout, like you were
Yeah,
saying there.
exactly right. Yeah, I pushed a little too hard on the phosphorus, maybe just a little too early, and maybe the microbes unlocked a little bit more of that than I was used to, and no, it wasn't a good time at the end. A couple things didn't like it at all, but I
It's
found out which
easier.
one I'm keeping out of it. I definitely know which one I like best.
Which one was
Yeah,
most durable out of them
yeah,
all?
yeah. The gelato, I really like that gelato. The first round, it was the healthiest in the cold weather run, and this run, it was by far like it was head and shoulders above everybody else. Nice, short, compact plant, nice and wide rather. Yeah, perfect for
You
my
know,
space.
like you're touching on there, it's easier to have like a minimal approach on it and work your way up. It's easier to add something when you see you're a little deficient than it is to try to tox out a toxicity or something that's really high in there. So much easier to just add a little, just add a little bit more than try to get it out of there.
Yeah, yeah. Watch the plants, if you're halfway through the res, add half of what you would have, you can put a top up in there pretty easy. Pretty simple math with, the no spill army here, mixing wet newts.
So, boom, do you think we can hold it down for another fucking 18 minutes?
Oh yeah, for
18
sure.
minutes?
For sure. Yeah.
41 people to take that morning puff with, morning or night. It's always a tough call. At that point, I'm never really too sure if I'm up still with the third shifters or if I'm smoking with the morning shift.
People all over the world, all different time zones. Someone said it was 7 a.m. earlier. I can't remember where they were
UK,
from. Yeah,
I think that
UK.
was UK. And then I don't. She retracted the message, so I'm not gonna say where she was, but we seen it. She said she was worried about like police or something, but yeah, people all the way over there in Italy. That's crazy. Italy tonight. I didn't say who it was, so I guess I could say it right.
I'm not going to say it, but I just said it. So I didn't say.
No, I didn't say the name. I
No,
just said
no,
the
no.
location.
Yeah, yeah,
I didn't say the name. I just said the location.
yeah.
We know who it was.
9
We were in
a.m. in the
chat.
morning for Humble Gardener, 420.
Where the fuck's that at? 9 a.m. now. Oh, that's UK. Well, good morning to you. You've been up all night then. You've got to be a third shifter. Shit, you've been in chat for a while. Are you that or you're like one of them super early birds that gets up at 4, eh? I've been fucking cheating and like, I don't know, liking the extracts a lot more lately.
Yeah, I go through phases. Every now and then I pick up some solvent extract, break it up a little.
Yeah, you gotta mix it up a little bit from time to time.
Ireland, eh?
This shit's so fucking expensive, or can be expensive. It's like hard to pull the trigger sometimes if you're not
Yeah,
making it.
it's you kind of got to have an eye for it. You got to trust the picture you're looking at is what you're buying too, right? So I've gotten pretty good where I can pick out if it's a picture. If there's a picture of the hash, I can go, that's the winner of the three. And I'm usually pretty good on that. Usually I'll buy all three and I go, this is number one, this is number two, and this is number three. And I'm usually right about number one at least.
That's the fucking fuck thing right now, though. Boom. It's with things the way they are, you can't even go in there and eyeball the shit.
Yeah, no, you can't in the Canadian market. So Johnny B, I don't know if you guys follow him. He's a Canadian guy. He's got like videos with 3 million views.
Oh yeah, I know who he
YouTube,
is.
crazy Johnny B. Yeah. So he bought some hash and put pictures of it on Instagram, and he said, "This is the worst bubble hash I've ever tried to smoke." And it looked like it looked like the 200 bag, like they just kept washing through the same material, and whatever collected on top of the fucking the shitty, the shit that washes through your machine, they just threw it in there. It was atrocious. It was fucking awful. And you can't see it, so you're really taking a chance, right? How you gonna know?
I was bummed out in this aspect because I stopped twice that day because I didn't get out of the fucking house much and I just missed civilization. The first stop was because I lacked to do some paperwork before I left the house. If you follow me, some important paperwork.
Yeah.
So I got halfway there and I was like, fuck, I'm in civilization and there's a place right off the highway. I mean, how easy is that? I mean, it's literally like off the highway. You could almost like not even have to stop out closest places. And I was like, I'm hitting that motherfucker. So I pulled up and again, couldn't even get out of the car. I jumped out and they were like, whoa, 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 whoa. Get back in your car. Got honk your horn. I'm like, all right, well. Fucking they bring out some fucking menu and I got to mark down what I want. And I got two of the worst fucking. One was supposed to be fucking a Mac pre-roll, and the other one was supposed to be like a fire stick, which I think are fucking stupid. Where they paint the like oil on and
Oh
then
yeah,
roll
yeah,
the
yeah,
keef.
yeah,
What a
yeah, yeah.
fucking waste that shit is. It goes up in the air. It doesn't go in your lungs. That's how I feel about it. It might
Uh,
soak in there a little bit, but put that
when
shit in. I
when
think you're some. Put it
when you're
inside.
drawing on it, you're getting it in there. I've done that before. I've done it with
Yeah.
fresh trichome heads too. That'll get you ahead of your high.
You don't think
Don't.
you'd be better off putting it inside though?
Uh, yeah, I think you would. I definitely think it's better, but it comes down to space. There's room on the outside for a little extra. It's definitely like a ballery, flaunty thing, like the moon rocks. We're gonna take the bud and roll it in oil and dip it in keef, and it's unnecessary already, but it could always be a little more unnecessary. Sometimes it's fun. But yeah, I've used like the lowers. Like I'll go in and do my 42-day defoliation, and anything I take off that's got sugar, I'll take and I'll roll a joint and rub the fresh heads, the 42-day heads on there, and then I'll roll in more weed, so there's weed on the outside again. And man, it's different, but it's that that early head. So I don't know what that is, CBG or CBN. Someone knows. Who's in chat that knows?
That fucking sounds super tasty right there.
Oh yeah, it's
Never thought
super
about
terpy because those early terps, right, really kick, but the high's not there. That's the key,
like
right?
make
You go
a
too
live
far
resin
on.
kind of.
No, it came off clear. Like it was. They
No,
were still clear heads. What do you mean
well,
when
I'm
you?
saying it'd be like a live resin. You know
Yeah,
what I
yeah, yeah,
mean? When
yeah,
they
yeah,
that
yeah,
kind of buzz and heavy
yeah, yeah.
terps,
It's heady. It's heady. It turned whatever you're growing. It's hazy.
probably full of a lot of THCA still. I'm
Yeah.
sure. Which is fucking pretty. You ever smoke any just THCA? That shit
Yeah,
fucks you up, man. You
yeah,
get
yeah.
fucked
I've
up
had
smoking
it.
that
I've
shit.
had it. What do I have here? No, I don't have any there. No, I've definitely had it before, though. There we go. This is a Ninja Fruit live resin. Boy, I'm having a tough time with my camera because when I hold stuff up, I'm in front of it. There we go. Now I can see. This is an LHO live resin from Horatio Dilabate Company. He's a guy in Vancouver. But this stuff is crazy. It comes out, it's pure white. It's like I don't know, it's like butter. It's like a cold, like nice hard butter. You get like a nice perfect slice off it. It was really interesting. Apparently I've had bubble hash in this because that's my orangey stuff and not the ninja fruit.
So both joints I bought were obviously trim boom. Terrible. I got down the highway and they were like, oh my God. I beat myself up because I couldn't believe I paid that shit.
Yeah.
And then on my second stop, I actually knew the owner. Okay. He come out and waited on me. I told they tried to come out and do the car thing. I'm like, tell such and such. I don't want to name names. And Eagle's out here. And he comes running out. Oh yeah, he talks to me for a while. He's like, what do you want, man? I'll give you, a bunch of samples. They gave me a bunch of samples. One of them 9-pound hammer that I was kind of known for growing in a plant. I want you to test this out. And he gave me, well, the extracts were pretty good. The brownie was pretty good, but man, maybe it's that just grower snobbiness. But man, I was only one sample out of probably like 7. I was like, that was actually pretty decent. The rest of it, I was all like, man, is this what they're putting out there now? It's kind of sad.
Yeah. No, the market up here is weird like that too. I don't like just because you grew it doesn't mean you get to package it. I don't think. I think someone else has to package it up for you. So right there, you've already lost control of whatever you grew isn't going to be what you could make it. It's going to be cured how they want to cure it on their time, on their schedule, in their conditions. And you're never going to know it sucked unless you go to the store and buy it yourself, right? Like, I don't know. At
So
least
were you able to?
that's the way it seems. I've never had it. I've got a buddy that's bought it a couple times just for the sake of checking it out. And he's always been, look at this. And it's always been like, that's some of the worst bullshit haggard fucking weed I've ever seen. Just terrible, terrible shit.
That live resin you were holding up there, was that something you were able to source from somebody that you knew was going to be good, or did you have to
Yeah, that
take a
was
chance
from
on it?
that was from the before times. That was pre-legalization. That's been around here forever. Just not like the jar. It was a nice jar, but that stuff was incredible. So that guy was he used to be a panelist on Bubble Man's World on the Hash Churches, and he was a super, super respected guy in the solvent game. So yeah, it's
I was just
the
chuckling because You made it sound like so zombie world and shit, if you will. Fucking before times. I
The
got it
before
before
time.
times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, before legalization, there was definitely better weed available. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. You even took it back even further because I was thinking it was like before COVID times and shit.
Oh no,
Before
no, 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 no.
I picked this up just before the mess.
Yeah.
Back when we could go to the stores.
No,
Before the
no,
end
that's been
days.
around here forever. Yeah, yeah.
God, I admire you patient smokers that can sit on that shit. Holy
Oh
cow.
no, it's been empty. I've just been using the container. I was just looking around for something and I saw that sitting over there. I go, oh, there's something, in the THCA realm. What else do I got there? Nothing.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it, man. I have never once, boom, never once. This shit's pretty good, by the way. I had some sour slurricane, and this is some nightmare cookies here.
So what's the sour slurricane? What's sour? Is it just East Coast sour diesel or is it what?
I'm not sure.
Don't
Let
know.
me try to find the cap here. But my point being, why I'm looking is I've never once hit something and it was like, oh my God, I gotta put that up. That is so fucking good. I have gotta put that shit up right there. Save that for
I
a
got
rainy
two
day.
things that when I bought them, I looked at the picture and I was like, that's going to be a 3-star hash in terms of melt. And I got them and I was right. They were 3-star melts, but they were both incredible, tasty, super yummy hashes for a 3-star. And it was Slurricane was one and Gelato was the other, which is Do-si-do to Gelato. And by in-house genetics, both of them. They were so tasty for hash. So definitely going to be looking out for that at some point.
If it's a mix other than the sour slurricane, it doesn't say.
No.
You know what I mean? If it's a strain, I don't know.
Yeah,
They mix
it
isn't
yeah.
labeled.
Sometimes it's hard to put all that on a little jar too, right? You can't go into the lineage too much. You just got to tell them what it is. Hey, this is this.
There's pretty. If you look at it though, I mean, look at all that information
Yeah.
there.
They got to fill out a bunch of government shit on that though. Like this.
Then there's another one on the bottom.
Oh
And
yeah.
then top too.
Boy,
Seemed
no
like they
wasted
could have
real
squeezed
estate
it on
there.
it.
So in
Oh, and then
Canada.
it came in a box.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was just gonna say that in Canada, that would have came in a box with a plastic insert. That you would have pulled that jar out of the plastic insert out of the box and thrown those two things immediately away. I mean, God
Seems like
forbid we sold it in a Ziploc so you could see what it looked like and minimal waste.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, minimum waste. There you go. That's the perfect phrase right there.
Get a jar. Get you a jar.
That doesn't count in here in Michigan. It is a container, transport container.
Oh really? Yeah. I don't think it does here either, probably. But I've never understood that how that's supposed to work. We're allowed to have homegrown, but we're not allowed to take our homegrown with us, apparently. I don't know. But then we're allowed to gift up to 30 grams in the mail to someone. Does that mean that we were supposed to buy 30 grams to gift to somebody? Or can we gift our homegrown? They're so out to lunch and weird about the rules. The craziest rule they ever came up with before, when they were leading up to legalization, plants couldn't be taller than a meter. 3'3" was the height limit of a plant. 4 plants under 3'3". If one of them stretched to 3'4", that's a big fine.
Is there a limit, Boom?
There's not. They got rid of it. Mark Emery was in court and talking to him. What a crazy ass backwards idea that is. We're going to try to stop Mother Nature from doing what Mother Nature does so the plants don't get too tall. What are you talking about? And kind of made a fool of him.
Not
Right.
necessarily
They
just that.
retracted that.
Can I go to like post office with like fucking 40 packages and shit? Just be like, yeah, it's a good
See,
day, a lot of friends.
That's the other thing. I think definitely not. I think if you got 40 packages, you got to make 40 trips to the post office. Otherwise, you're over that limit, right?
It's only one package per trip.
I think you can't carry more than 30 grams on your person, I believe.
Oh, okay, it's one
Right.
of those deals.
So if you were doing 2 packages and they were both the max for that person to receive, well, you've got 60 grams on you. You're allowed to have however much you're allowed to have stored, right?
Gotcha.
But to travel with it.
I'm that corny guy that would have it in the car, though.
Yeah.
I just got rid of it. It was yours 2 seconds ago. Where
Yeah.
did this one come? I don't know, but I have another one. Kind of the clown trick, you know, where they're pulling out the handkerchief. I only have one in my hand, and in my sleeve.
Just tell them I live close and I run fast and just walk out the door and turn right around.
That's fucking cool. It is 420, goddamn.
Yeah,
Let's
Tim
puff
knows.
this
There you
and
go. Unless you have the travel license.
tab out. Oh man,
Oh,
420, you ready?
eh? Yeah. Smoke them, guys. It's actually 120 here.
Well, you still got one coming then.
Yep. I'll try to hit every 20 from now to then. Maybe all the multiples at 22. Get the 40s and the 60s.
Nightmare cookies, pretty good.
I had what was it? Something lemon cake. I can't remember, but it smelled just like a lemon meringue pie. It was so sour, lemony, like not sour in the diesely way, but sour in the a sour lemon, like a fruity sourness. A lot of these terms we use to describe the flavors we're tasting are, like stuff like OG, you hear OG and you immediately think gas, but there's, dozens of different kinds of gas, like your fuels and then your grease and then your diesel and, on and on.
Man, best dabs that I've had, flavorful the most, was Fagroli's Indigo Dream. Was probably the best thing I've had in the last year or so. Man, that shit was super tasty. Woo. Cleans your head right out, boom. It was really nice, which was kind of weird because it fogged you at first. You took in that hit and it kind of just, you had that second where you're like, what? And then as you blew it out, it just kind of like swept your mind out as you were blowing it out. It was like, okay, I can think clear as day now. Good.
The Clementine does that for me. I said in my description, it's a very nice, clear-headed high. Like I feel, this must be what those coffee drinkers feel like when they drink their coffee. It was almost like, I don't know if you ever fucked with Alpha Brain, the nootropic stuff that Joe Rogan used to sell. That stuff was neat, but I don't know, it kind of gave me a headache. Weed doesn't, but this stuff kind of, you kind of perk up. You're thinking a little quicker.
I'm like on the fence about shit like that. I don't necessarily like to take more than your body needs because your body's it's a crazy creature, man. Like even nose sprays and shit like that. You use nose spray, something as simple as like that, your nose actually stops working like it's supposed to. So if you start taking, like, say, a psychotropic drug like that, then who's to say if you use it consistently enough, when you stop taking it, them nerves may not fire like they're supposed to. Them,
Yeah, but
might not put out the chemical like it used to.
that's true. That's true. I could see that. That's the worry with the kratom too. That's what they worry about with pot too, right? Like, oh, you can't have it before you're 25 or something. Is what they say is safe. I don't know.
I smoked. Everybody I've interviewed so far started around 14, and seems like a bunch of good people so far. Didn't seem like they were all fucked up or nothing. Well, Miss Boone Farms, I think I'm going to tap out.
Right
So
on, sir.
You want to usher yourself out, tell everybody where they can find you, and tell everybody good night. Do any shout outs?
Yeah. Thank guys. Boom Farms on Instagram. Boom_farms. Yeah, you can find me there. You'll find me in here in the chat. Say goodnight to Humble Gardener, Miss D's Nugs, Kenios Genetics, Mr. Green Pots, Humble Gardener 420, light it up again, Tim, UK Sif 420, Smoke and Grow Frazier. Night, guys. See you next time.
Appreciate you. You're more than welcome anytime, Boom. Anytime.
Eagle, anytime. As long as I don't have to go to work.
Have a good morning, brother. Oh, it's time to check out. It's time to actually go to work. I'm not looking forward to it, but it has to be done. Enjoyed everybody that tuned in tonight. Huge thank you to Dirtman Dan for popping on and putting on a good show tonight. And of course, Boom Farms and Smiley's Gardens stepping in to hang out and extend the show for a few more hours to hang out with you guys. Much appreciated. I caught mouth like a bitch, like crazy. I shouldn't say that. Like I caught mouth like crazy. So Aldridge 25, Mr. Green Pies, Tara Wilson. Did you just get up, Tara? Good morning if you did. Yep, cheers all. Damn it, you just missed it. Hope you have a great day. I'm fixing to go to work myself. Sorry you missed the show, but it was a good one. It was a good one, and you were missed. Joni Bell, so glad you started tuning into the show. Humble Grower, Smoke and Grow Frazier, Mr. Green Pots, UKSIF 420, Kenios Genetics, Miss D's Nugs, light it up again, Tim. So many great mountain skies. Try to whip through here just as fast as I can because it's been a great night and I don't want to waste too much more of your time. Majestic Marks, Big Jar Grows, and Thorough. Oh man, that's a tough one. And Thorough Sensimilia. Sensimilia. Hopefully I got that somewhat right. Appreciate you. Who else is in the chat tonight? Again, you guys blow it up. It's hard to go all the way back as far as I should. The American one. I seen everybody from the Michigan Bros Grow Show tuned in tonight. Thank you very much. St. Bernard's Observation Booth. A huge fan of that guy as well. My daughter Lexi, maybe Brittany, if she tuned in later on. JD's. So many great folks anymore that tuning in. Numbers growing day by day. And it's all all due to you good folks spreading the word and just tuning in. It makes me want to, dig in deeper and show up every day. Even if it was just 2 like it was in the beginning, I'd still probably hear night after night. 420, thank you so much. Popping in, whoever P3T3R6R1FFIN. Somehow, by many times as they asked about the Herbs Now machine, seems like they had a point to jump in tonight. Thank you for joining, whoever you were. That's as far back as I can go, guys, gals. That's as far back as I can go. Hope you guys enjoyed the show tonight. And again, Miss Nudie Grows will be here tomorrow, a Canadian grower, educator, advocate, as her bio states. Will be here telling us about her cannabis experience and grows. Hopefully, you guys will be able to tune in for that. What else have I covered? You know, again, the same old thing. Do something nice for somebody. I forgot. Didn't get a chance to say that last night. My dog had to go out, was making a fuss right as I was trying to sign off, so I had to rush it. But do something nice for somebody, help somebody out. Random acts of kindness do help people. They change lives on both ends. The world just fucking needs it. The world just fucking needs it. So please help somebody out. And I'll be back here tomorrow night, same time, different person, different story, but the same great folks tuning in. Hopefully, that's all you guys. You guys mean the world to this whole thing. Not just to me, but to everybody now. It's a cool thing. It's a cool thing. Great people. Appreciate you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have an amazing day.